Good evening.
Eddie Freddy.
What?
Eddie
You
Freddy.
count me down to one. You give me the one, and I start, and then you start talking over me?
I started talking at the same time that you did. Chill.
You still counted me down.
True.
So this is now the intro.
It's scuffed. It's alright.
It's fine.
It's the
in.
technical first time.
No edits. Leave it in. We're doing it wrong. All right.
Yeah.
So, anyways, if you're done, Doom.
I think so.
Good evening. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, good evening to all, I don't know, however many of you out there, to tonight's episode of Once Upon a Roll, Dungeons and Dragons show that's really just us playing Dungeons and Dragons. I didn't even prepare a proper intro for this, so this is what you get. Tonight, we have all of the cast here ready to go, so I suppose without any further ado, let's just jump into our recap of the last session. If you all remember last time we left off, the group had made their way back to Amberville as Basque had called you all back there. He wanted to meet with you face to face. So, with a quick hop, jump, and a skip through a tree, Elevorn ferried you all back to Ambervale, where you met with Basque, you met with members of the Platinum Aegis, met with some old, not old, but just touched base with some friends, some other relationships, Artat, Isaiah, the Phoenix Academy, and the like, just saying hello. But it seemed like Basque was troubled by the information you had uncovered. Troubled in that it was, in his opinion, something left undone on his end, something he had ran from, and something that had apparently grown to a problematic level because he let it go and decided to take the responsibility to join you all for one final adventure. After some time spent with Connor, the member of the Platinum Aegis who had been previously a cultist given a second chance at redemption by Svenkrid, Deland, you learned the nuances of performing an exorcism. A skill that you put into use almost immediately as the group spent the next 2 weeks traveling around the greater Ember area to all of the sparse, scattered farmsteads and homes of the people of this town, showing them exactly why the Order of the Holy Flame, the monastery that you had previously investigated, might not be all it seems to be. Showing the people Bask's current state, that of being possessed by a fiendish creature, and with his backing up the claims and telling them of what truly happened within those walls, you got a nice little bit of an angry mob following you around now, and back to the monastery where they have some questions for the Order of the Holy Flame and probably might want to get their children back, if at all possible, from this place that is not exactly what it claimed to be. In doing so, you guys entered the monastery, approached the temple in the center of the one building that you had yet to see inside. And at that point, the doors opened. And out walked maybe a little more than a half dozen children, aged anywhere from 5 or 6 to mid-teens. They stood there, little guardians of this temple. Something not quite right. Then beyond that, obviously. After a little bit of an outburst from one of the mothers of the children, a man walked out, an older man. Not exactly built, but not scrawny. Maybe mid-60s to early 70s in appearance. Human wearing the robes of the Order of the Holy Flame, and instantly Bask's expression goes aghast as the man introduces himself as Kestor von Grenist, the father of the Order of the Holy Flame, Bask's old mentor presumed dead. That's where we had left off last week. Jumping back into it right here, right now, you all notice, like in a passing glance to your side, to look at Bask, wide-eyed, pale, but eyes fixed, unblinking on Kestor, and a strange occurrence where Bask is at a loss for words at the moment.
Well, who is that guy? I mean, he's not just the guy, obviously. He's evil. I mean, he's got the kids in front of him. Who does that?
Bask responds, "That's Kestor. You remember, I told you."
Yeah, but he was dead. He's not dead. I'm pointing.
He definitely doesn't look dead, yeah.
No answer. Kestor, the old man speaks with an aged but still strong voice. Does anyone care to explain to me this trespass? Surely you good people understand the implications of coming here uninvited, let alone with what looks to be an army behind you. How the faithful of Pelor seem to have fallen. Here, the townsfolk, the people that had followed you here, the mob, for all intents and purposes, that you had left at the gate, still just within earshot, begin shouting at Kestor over each other and beginning to get a bit unruly.
Whatever.
Okay, well, go. You talk. I'm bad at this.
Whatever is going on here is driving you all further from Pelor. Make no mistake about that.
I assume that these people know who it is that they followed here. In particular, you, my boy, looking down to Bask. Tell me, now looking over you guys to the people at the gates, what has compelled you to follow this man here, gesturing to Bask, against the monastery, against the order which has been so good to you, your families, your children, the beacon of Pelor's light, yet you follow this man here, this man who no doubt you know carries a demon within him. You'd rather follow a fiend like him rather than your faith, rather than Pelor himself.
Was it your faith that brought you back?
Ah, to be brought back implies I was ever gone to begin with. I'll let you in on something fitting, tiefling. There are precautions one can take when they expect to go into something dangerous. Precautions that I did take. I'm looking to Bask. Precautions you were incapable of at the time. Precautions that, judging by your current state, you are incapable of now. The
Right.
fallen prayer.
So you just lead a bunch of novices into a very dangerous situation, which you prepared for, obviously. Like you just said, you took them into danger without protecting them, right? Is that what you just said that yourself?
Surprisingly, there does seem to be a little bit of regret on his face as he recalls the situation. The occurrences of that day did not go as planned. And it is unfortunate that the fallout of that day, of those events, could have been avoided.
Yeah, by not summoning a demon, right? What is the devout follower of Pelor doing summoning demons and fiends and such?
It was my fault. Bask speaks up. He tried to stop me. Granted, everything I've told you before was true. And yes, it was Kestor that led us there, but it was for learning. I heard her call and I could not resist, and it was my fault. Kestor kind of just nods down to Bask. The past is the past. Good people, I urge you, reconsider your stance. If you repent, find your faith, and come back to Pelor's light. If you continue with this course of action, there may not be any redemption. And there's more shouting. You can see some of the people in the mob getting a bit tentative based on the conversation, everything that they're hearing now and what they're seeing. Some are even angry. You hear one voice shout out, like accusing him, just like you all had, of, straying from Pelor's light. How are we supposed to know that it's you who's telling us the truth here? Regardless of what may be going on with them, at least we know they're honest. You see Kestor begin to mutter words under his breath. Slightly, the lips not moving too much, unable to read any sort of lips, but you can see that he begins to chant something.
Yeah, I'm too mad. I'm gonna walk up and can I walk towards him?
The kids are in the way.
Can I walk past them? I'm not gonna hurt the kids.
They are impeding. They are like barricade in front of him.
I'll follow Elavorn, and
Okay.
I mean they're kids. I'm just gonna take one of the kids and lift them like
Hold on.
so that
You guys are not close enough just to do that.
okay.
So you begin to approach, right?
I mean, if Elavorn is going, then Neri is going after her.
As you continue to approach, Kestor continues to chant, raises his arms slightly, and you hear words he's talking about. It sounds like he's reciting scripture of some sort. You hear references to Palor, the Dawn Father, his gifts to the world aplenty, and it seems like he's just reciting scripture. But then he says something that sounds like it's in a different language. A language that neither you, Nedadian, nor you, Elavorn, understand. He says something in a language that sort of snaps Bask out of his stupor and looks with confusion almost. Shock and confusion. Then he looks to you, Era, for confirmation, as it is a language that you understand. Or at least understand the dialect of.
Whatever.
Hmm?
Continue.
Yeah.
Is there anything I can make out, by the way?
So what languages do you speak?
Oh, let's see. Common, Infernal, Primordial, Draconic.
Okay. You can't make out anything necessarily. You don't understand this language, but you know enough through your speaking of Infernal to recognize it as Abyssal. You don't understand the words, but you understand you can identify the language. It's sort of like Spanish and Portuguese.
Rip. Okay. We're obviously seeing him starting to chant and raise his arms and all that stuff, right? All of us?
Yeah, and
Okay.
as he does this, Elavorn and Netadian, you've approached, and you see from under the robes as you get within maybe 20 feet of them, the children each pull out small knives. Do you continue? And as the knives are coming out, you see the steeple that is attached to the top of this temple. It's a relatively small steeple, a thin metal rod with a sort of open circular top piece that has points extending out almost like a sun for Palor. But that begins to slightly illuminate this almost radiant, divine, soft light. But that's the situation as Nedadian, you're about 20 feet away, and Elavorn is a few feet ahead of you.
Well, scheiße. I guess I'll actually throw my snake arm out, and I'll try to throw it so that it gets like. How far am I from the kids?
You're like 20 feet away from the kids. They're they're maybe about 10 feet in front of Kestor.
I guess I'll just like run up closer. I don't know even if I pass Elavon, but I'll like stop some feet away and throw my snake armlet so that it would land between at least some of the kids, and then the snake comes out, so it would like kind of like knock some of the kids out.
Okay, so midair, you're gonna run up, you take off the bracelet, and you throw it so that in midair it turns into a snake and barrels into these children.
I don't wanna throw it like up so that the snake will fall onto them. I wanna try it from under or something so it will be on the ground, and it then comes and like just pushes everyone out of its way or something.
Okay, so
I have a
You-
question.
yes,
So we're all in the monastery, right? And
you are
he's
within the
casting.
monastery, yes.
Right.
The mob is at the gates of it, some
Mm-hmm.
maybe like 30 to 50 feet behind you. The only one that isn't is the woman who came up, recognized her daughter amongst the children, and ran forward. She's also still kind of standing there next to you and Durand, as Elavon was the one that held her back, but then Elavon continued forward.
Well, I wouldn't be able to, because I'm not sure if he already cast a spell or not, but I was planning to counterspell it if it was an aggressive spell. Because I do have that available.
Okay, so are you going to like just ready that to see? You can't you can't identify
It's
whether or not the spell is
reactionary, yeah.
aggressive or not. But anyways, you take the armlet off, Netadion. You throw it about 10 feet in front of you where the giant constrictor snake comes in. There's audible gasps from the people behind you as the snake comes up and begins to slither up towards the children, who look a bit surprised, but at that moment there's a slight burst of this light, like a release of energy from that steeple, from that divine soft light, and for a moment it grows to the point where it shrouds the entire top of the temple in this soft light. But as it begins to fade, you see the silhouette of a creature there. And as it continues to fade and your eyes begin to adjust and see, as the silhouette comes into vision, you see wings unfurl, and there atop the steeple is an angelic creature. And the light recedes. Kestor turns his attention to you, looks almost humorously at the snake. I do hope that this is sufficient proof to you people. You hear some gasps and like awestruck sounds from the people, as some of them even just kind of fall to their knees. You heard that, right? Bask talks to you, Era. Drand, you and Era, you're close enough to overhear this. Elavon and Netadian are ahead. What are you guys doing, by the way, Elavon and Netadian? As the Deva, a creature very similar to one that you had seen before outside of Crestfield, stands atop there. The humanoid body, almost perfect in its definition and musculature. Its long sword resting in his hand at his side, but immaculate in its construction, and just stands there tall, looking down over the people. This calm presence. What? What?
I think we just heard Max from Dunes,
Oh,
so a bit coughing, but that's,
okay.
Yeah, give her a second.
No problem.
yeah, I wanted my snake to just clear out some of the kids away, knock them out. Then I'm just kind of like waiting for what Elvorn is gonna do.
Okay. So the snake begins to sort of try to shove the kids away, and despite their resistance to standing firm, they do get knocked back, clearing a small, like maybe 5 foot wide opening before Kestor extends his hands, casts Dispel Magic, and there's a bracelet there now.
Asshole! Guess I'll just rush to take the bracelet, so
So as you begin to rush up, Kestor speaks. Hopefully this has given some insight to you people who have lost your way. Children, he kind of bends down as he sees you approaching, takes one of them, his hand atop the little boy's head, almost like a caring parent. If any of these people, other than Brother Bask and his friends, attempt to enter the temple, you know what to do. And he stands up and goes back into the temple as the children hold the knives. And as you come up, they stand there, back in their sort of line formation in front of the temple. Instead of pointing the knives towards you threateningly, they turn the blades onto themselves and just hold that position.
yeah, like this is the way that Pelor wants you guys to do. I don't.
So, now that you're there, Nervion, the doors to the temple is slightly left open, not fully closed.
Is the thing still on top of the temple?
It is.
Yeah, there's gonna be some owls up there if I'm within range to conjure them.
Okay, yeah, you absolutely are.
Yep.
It doesn't
We're
seem
just-
like it's not fighting you, but
Oh no, they're not going to attack it. They're just going to like see if it's actually there, or see what is there.
okay. So the owls come up and begin to fly almost non-threateningly towards and around it. The divine celestial creature atop the tower kind of looks curiously at them. Make a perception check, Elevon, as they're kind of swooping and flying around, getting kind of closer and closer.
15?
15. It does appear like you can see the owls making contact with the creature. It does seem solid. It does not seem like it's um, some sort of illusion there. The celestial doesn't seem to view them as much of a threat, but is kind of tracks them and then tracks its gaze back down to you and almost gives you a sort of questioning look.
Hey, you up there. Do you want these kids to hurt themselves? Cause what?
Ask begins to walk forward slowly. He stops next to you, Durand. You still here, Jim?
I'm here.
And he kind of just says, almost to himself, but loud enough for you to hear, I was so lost, so broken. For some time, I had questions that I couldn't answer that led to me just questioning myself. But what he was saying up there, it was no divine chant. And some of my questions seemed to be answered. He continues to walk forward. It just raises even more of them. He comes up to your side, Elevorn. You have good insight. He raises a hand and casts a familiar spell, because you had just seen it cast by Kestor, and casts Dispel Magic on the Celestial. Even though the creature there was real, not an illusion in and of itself, you watch as the visage of the angel dissipates to a familiar looking abyssal demonic creature, a Vrock, one of the bird-like winged creatures that you had fought in the chateau. It hisses loudly and angrily, almost a screech, down towards Bask before it sort of melds into the temple's roof and disappears. You can see people scrambling up from their knees in the back and confused, angry, shouting. What is going on? What was that thing? And then another man raises a pitchfork. Well, what are you waiting for? You're gonna go after them? Towards you guys.
Yes, but it might be safer if you guys maybe meet us out front.
And see.
Would be in.
Sorry.
I'm looking.
Sorry, Max. If you said something, it kind of cut out a little bit.
No, I said you can continue.
Okay. So, as you guys kind of congregate in around where the children are there, blades pressed up against their own necks, not enough to draw blood, but just stoically waiting there under instruction. You can see some of them even seem to have uncertainty, fear, worry in their own eyes, but they're doing what they're told. Bask speaks to the rest of you. The events of the last 2 weeks have left me quite exhausted. Unfortunately, I feel like I'd be more of a burden than an asset in any sort of fight. You should go after them. I'll do my best to maybe get through to them, motioning towards the children. I've always had a little way with words, and, well, I grew up here, so I should at least have some understanding of what it is they're going through, what it is they may be feeling, as far as obligations to the monastery and to Paylor. Just need some sound logic and advice, maybe? But I fear we may not have the time. If that thing is any indicator of what may be to come, what he is capable of, it might be best not to leave him undisturbed for long.
Mary is probably at the door, almost at the door at least, and just looking back at Elavorn and Era and Durand.
If I'm close and approach the kids and kind of get down to their level and just be like, I will try to help. just not touching them or otherwise, because I'm, obviously very frightened.
Yeah.
I'm
They
just
don't they don't move. The one that you bend down in front of is one of the younger ones. You can see that they are sort of slightly trembling, like nervous worry. Like this is a situation that they've never been in before. They do seem a bit scared, but their bodies unmoving, doing as they're told. But the eyes, they kind of plead with you to do what it is you just said you would do. But there is no verbal or physical confirmation of that.
So I'll just say yes. I will do everything to help. And then, go follow Meridian. Did I cut out? Or
No, you didn't cut out. Durand, Era?
Well, I suppose Bask has the rest of this, so should probably go stop him.
Don't want to make Max talk too much if she's feeling bad with the voice, so I'm going to assume that she's on board with following as well.
Yes.
So, Netadion pushes the door open, and this slightly cool rush of air hits you. Just a slight breeze of differing temperatures between the inside and the outside. And as you enter, you hear what seems like a slightly far off, echoing voice. And as you enter, you're met with a sort of a wall in front of you that extends outward on either side. It looks like it goes around just sort of a slight barrier. You can hear what sounds like a large open room based on how the sound is carrying just on the other side of this wall that you can walk around on either side. In front of you is a small table with two lit candles on either side of what looks like a sort of like a washing basin, just a bowl of water for hand washing. It's a very simple temple just by the entrance that you can see here. But as the four of you enter into this wing, you can hear Kestor, his voice echoing through the temple, almost as if he's giving a sermon.
That ain't no sermon. Summoning shit again. How dark
So-
is it in there?
It's fairly dim. There are some like sconces on the walls where candles are lit, but all in all, it is not too brightly lit. The light from the outside is sort of refracted by the stained glass windows and sort of dimmed a little bit by traveling through them. It's light enough that you can see into every corner, but it's not bright light by any means.
So if I would go there was that one wall where there was that basin and everything. If I go further in,
So that's immediately when you open the doors, that wall is
Yeah.
in front of you.
but if I go then further in, I'll I won't throw it, but I'll just put the snake arm on the floor again and make the snake go hide or something.
Okay. So the wall in front of you, more like a screen. It's just a partition kind of thing. It's only about maybe 30 feet in total length, and then it has just an opening to the rest of the temple on either side. So if you wanted your snake to be ready like at the end of that wall, yeah. But if you send it past the wall, judging by how you can hear Kestor speaking, it sounds like it's gonna be once you guys go around that wall, you got a good idea that you're gonna be able to at least see Kestor.
I'll leave the snake behind the partition thing.
Okay. So, as the snake kind of slithers and gets its bearings and instructions behind the partition, you do hear Kestor continuing to speak in this echoing, sermon-like voice. This world is currently inhabited by false heroes. Ones who would claim that the good that they do is not for their own personal glory, but for the betterment of others. However, these false heroes are not willing to do what is necessary to ensure that the evils of the world not only are driven back and defeated, but prevented from being here in the first place. You can hear a couple other voices echoing back. But what are you guys doing?
Do I have time to cast a spell?
Sure.
I would like to cast Guardian of Nature on myself.
Okay.
On, like, the great tree variety.
Alright.
Just kind of like as I'm walking, concentrating on it, and, like my skin becomes like a little bit more like bark-like, some vines in my hair.
Yeah, very much like when you met Ella for the first time. You guys can see some like twigs and leaves begin to protrude from her hair. Anyways, to give you a little bit of a visual of what you guys are currently looking at. These bumps on the map that just make it impossible to place minis. Anyways, this is the entrance where you are right now. You've just walked into the door. This here is the table with the little candle, and this is the partition wall. Either side will lead further into the temple itself, but it's up to you guys to determine how you're going to approach. So, determine away. You guys continue to hear the voice of Kestor. If you guys make me improvise an entire goddamn fake sermon for a fake god, I'm gonna be mad.
Whoa, wait! I thought this was for Paylor.
Okay, yeah, D&D is pretend, man.
I thought this was all for
And it's,
Paylor, dude.
it's clearly not for Paylor.
I'm sorry, okay, let me just... You're obviously immersed, let me leave you immersed, and let's get back.
It's clearly not for Paylor.
What do you mean it's totally for Paylor?
I don't know if I need to say this out loud, but I usually just prepare mage armor, but I don't know if you want.
Oh, yeah, definitely say it. Like, if
Okay.
if you're casting mage armor on yourself right now,
Yeah.
that's something that you would probably I would like to know.
Yeah, okay. I do that.
Cool. It is
So,
done.
I'm not waiting. Like I am continuing to walk. There is not really hesitation. It is, yeah.
Okay. Which way are you going, Elevorn?
I guess down, like around the partition thing, so I can see what is going on in this room.
Alright. So you go just around? Everyone else? So as Elevorn walks out,
I'll follow Elavern again.
walking just past your snake, which is about there.
I'll go to the right side.
Okay. Duran?
I'll follow her.
Is that good for everyone?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. So. Wait, back.
Look at all those minis he's setting up.
For the record, I would like to say, well, actually, never mind, guys. I'll just keep my thoughts to myself.
Well, you can share your thoughts.
Well, okay. All right, Ella, just to be sure, if I cast anything with fire, I'm not going to be accused of burning down a monastery. That's it. That's it.
I'm not the
Burn.
one who's gonna be responsible for calling us church burners.
Just burn down the monastery. I don't care.
Alright, speaking of the temple here, good point. The construction of it. The floors are, it's basically dirt floors. The walls are a mixture of stone and wood. So it looks like it has some like wooden support beams, but the main part of the monastery is built of stone. As you guys walk around the partition, you can see Kestor is actually elevated on a sort of altar stage-like area with some stairs that are off to one of the sides leading up behind a large table that has a book open in front of it, small glass of water off to the side. You also, before you walk around, you hear what sounds like slamming of a door in the middle of, as Kestor is speaking, you hear something slam shut. You can see that there are a couple of wooden benches set up that sort of point inward towards where Kestor is giving his sermon. On either, in between these, is a pillar, a stone pillar that goes up from the floor up through the ceiling. It looks like it looks like a support beam of some sort, but it's rather large and a little bit um obtrusive, being right in the middle of the temple the way it is. Durand and Era, as you walk around your end and look towards Kestor, who is giving his sermon, not even looking down at the book, but just talking to the few monks that are currently in here listening. The two of you can see what looks like a fresh pool of blood near one of the benches, just kind of slowly finding its settling point around. The monks around pay no mind to it, but instead are fixed on Kestor. As he continues, he notices the four of you coming around. Ah, the false heroes themselves. Please, tell me this. How many innocent lives would you have ended if it meant preventing the rise of Korvath?
That wouldn't have been our decision. If anyone fought for the cause, it was because they wanted to, knowing that sacrifices were probably needed. It's different, I know, but that's...
Let me rephrase.
That
Hmm?
is what Korvath did. That is... This is what we're fighting. I'm a rainbow squirrel. I can't deal with this.
The Elevon turns into a rainbow squirrel as Kestor continues, as Elevon is mid-transformation. If you could have prevented the Beholder from coming, to what lengths would you go? You see the monks there kind of turning and facing you. As Elevon is a rainbow squirrel. So, I mean, is that it? Are we jumping into
Are
it?
you trying to say you're trying to prevent something? Is that what's causing all of this, or what's your point? Because it looks to me like you're a coward that likes to hide behind children to use them as a shield of some sort and try to inflict damage on themselves. It just
You're
I may have
making
stayed
the
quiet.
children kill themselves if the others are gonna come close. How is that anything? How does that do anything with Palor?
What cause could be so just for that?
You're literally telling the kids to kill themselves. That's even worse.
They have made their peace. Just as we
brainwashed
will make ours. And no matter how many people stand in our way, no matter how many innocents might be sacrificed, we will have that peace.
Brainwash
former-
those kids.
Are you stupid? What choice do kids have? Made their peace? They don't even know how to make peace. They're kids.
And if you're trying to talk, can't hear you. I can see you flashing, but there's no voice.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been doing that for forever. It's pissing me the heck off, but I'm not actually talking.
Okay. Just making sure because
Alright. Clearly, you supposed heroes would rather play the reactionary part. No matter how many are lost, you would rather slay your evils, claim the glory, other than doing what is necessary to prevent that evil from coming in the first place. That
Then
is what
enlighten
we're doing
us.
here. That is the peace we are making. Ask my former protege, ask your friend, Bask, just what kind of ability, power, and strength to do good can come from something that many may see as bad. That is why I attempted to bring him back to us, but you got in that way also.
But don't you guys summon demons? How is that helpful to anyone?
If they can be used, as Bask has proven that they can be, we can use that power, that ability, that otherworldly strength to make our own peace.
We shouldn't have to rely on other people's strength to fix our problems. That's what gets us here in the first place. Not like that. Not those creatures. That if they're that strong, at some point they will overcome you as well. You can't use them and expect nothing to happen in return. It's not worth it.
And do you think that Pelor actually approves of you guys summoning demons and stuff?
Lord be damned. The gods, that day that Bask was taken, the day that many of my brothers and sisters were slain, where was Pelor then? We called on his power, called on his strength. We prayed, and we're still cut down. Yet Bask and this demon he carries with him had the strength to not only slay us, but walk away. And here he stands unscathed. The powers of the gods are locked behind the hallowed gates, not to be touched by us. If we want to reach them, I will use whatever I can to do so. I will become
30 feet
Yeah.
and blink.
what?
30 feet and blink.
Okay. As you're
Can't,
running
can't
for
wait. Can't anymore. So sorry.
can't anymore?
Can't,
What do you
can't,
mean?
can't sit. Can't listen. No. 30 feet and blink.
Okay.
Just no.
So as you
Well, even though Elavern is doing that, I'm just gonna shout to. Well, of course, I'm kind of shouting it because I'm shouting to Kato also. It's just gonna be like, well, there we go. They aren't worshipping Palor anymore, even though they claim it to the other guys, to the villagers. They're
So-
just full of lies.
just so you know, you are all out in the open. There is no sort of sneak attack surprise round going on here. So we're going to roll initiative.
Yay!
What?
Yay!
Yeah. So the moment that you would become like showing aggression and moving forward, Elevorn, we're gonna roll initiative because you guys aren't like hiding and using like surprise stuff. So you all can't just shout at me. We attack and get an attack first before they do anything, you know. So initiative.
That's
rolls.
fine. I'm done. I can't.
No, I'm just explaining. I'm not trying to say like I just want to explain why you're not moving 30 feet and blinking right now.
Well, I just, I was going to say it's dinner, and I was kind of like, well, maybe, I was like, no, I can't. This is.
I'm glad I'm not a squirrel because I can't deal with this bullshit. Alright, let me set the music. Don't quite yell at me yet, guys. Don't yell at me just yet. Okay. Where's my pencil? I don't know where my pencil is. I found it. Okay. Hit me with those initiatives.
17.
10.
So,
22.
Elevorn, you would use the rainbow squirrels, just so you know. So, probably a bonus. The rainbow squirrel's dexterity.
What?
For your initiative roll, you use the rainbow squirrel's dexterity.
Oh, well, then that's like a 24.
12.
All right. So. Elevorn, yeah, 24 will do it. You're up first.
Well, I would like to move 40 feet towards the lying guy up there on the altar.
Mhm.
And then I would like to teleport as close as I can to him.
Yeah, it's not
Oh,
an incredibly
wait.
large temple here, so you would be able to get right up to Kestor.
I'm going to bite him.
Go for it.
Bite his arm off.
Bite his arm off.
She's a giant squirrel. Do you know how much the squirrel bites hurt?
You don't want to know. That sounds scary.
That's an 18. 18.
That is. So, Elevorn scurries forward, rushes towards Kestor as he's amidst angrily trying to explain to you who he sees as these naive, unwilling to listen to reason children. Elevorn rushes up, leaps as a squirrel onto the back of one of the church benches, and then blinks onto the altar, which is about maybe raised 5 feet up in the air, right in front of Kestor.
That is 9 points of
9 points of damage. All right. As you bite into his leg, you can feel the skin break and an angry grunting. Very well then. And you see the monks there. They turn to the rest of you, look up to Kestor, and you can see something unnatural in the way that they're moving. Anyways, is that your turn, Eleanor?
Can I like chitter angrily at them like
Sure you can. Absolutely you can.
my tiny squirrel, well, my big squirrel fists around at him.
So, Kestor is going to cast Spiritual Weapon. Elevorn, behind you, opposite Kestor, see him cast a spell, and this large, spectral radiant gavel appears behind you. Is going to take a smash at you. That is a 20 to hit. Not natural, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, that hits.
Okay, I don't know. It doesn't hit Durand sometimes.
Depends on the day of the week, you know?
Yeah, it depends. Gets a +2 AC on Sundays.
Yeah.
Why? Alright, so. With that, you take 38 points of radiant damage. As you can feel something fracture or crack in the hind parts of your squirrel-like anatomy as this large radiant gavel slams into you. I need you to make a concentration check as well. As we move on to Era's turn.
Let me use Big B's hand.
What are you using?
Big B's hand.
Okay. Sure. Where at?
I'm going to stay. I'm gonna keep my distance, so I'm not really gonna move anywhere. Let me see. Let me cast it to 15, 20, 25. 25 Be basically close to the dude in front of me.
I don't have a Big B's hand miniature, so I guess I'll use another die. What?
Nothing.
Should have a Big B's hand miniature. So, like here?
Da.
Alright. Big
Can
B's hand.
I?
Big
Yeah.
B's closed fist. Wanna bonk him?
I just want to push him like out of the way. Is that possible with my big hand? Yeah, just like that. Beautiful.
Excellent. Okay, let me read the spell. I'm pretty sure that's well within the capabilities of a large spectral hand. Hands can push, right? Makes sense to me.
Should just bitch slap him.
True.
Probably, that probably would also push him away.
Forceful hand.
Or
The
can
hand
I
can push a creature? What?
wait? I instead of pushing, grasping hand.
Grasping hand. Okay.
Grapple. Yeah.
Use a hand strength score to resolve the grapple. Targets media or larger. You have advantage. All right. So go ahead and roll a athletics check for the hand with advantage. So roll 2d20s and then add 8 because its strength is 26. Holy shit.
That's a strong hand.
Strong hand. So as the hand reaches out and grabs, the fingers begin to grasp around this monk here. Okay. Pretty sure you
Okay.
got this.
23.
23? Yeah, I think
Yes.
that means a 4. So, yes, that one right there is absolutely grappled. So that was your action, right?
Da.
So,
Well, it says when you cast a spell
yeah,
and
you
as a
have a
bonus
bonus
action,
You still would have, your
you-
action was, so your action was to cast the spell and have it
Mhm.
move there and grab it. So you still would have your
Okay.
bonus action if you wanted to have the hand begin to crush him. If you want to use your bonus action to do that.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's crush him.
So, after being grabbed and unsuccessfully attempting to squirm his way out, the hand begins to tighten its grip on this monk and begins to constrict and crush him. So that's 2d6 plus your intelligence modifier.
Uh, 14.
14 points of damage. All right. You hear ribs beginning to crack, but no movement. Are you good there?
Yeah, I'm good here.
All right. Next up are the clerics, the monks of the monastery. The three there who were so entranced in Kestor's sermon. Well, the one that's currently being crushed is going to look to you, Era, and kind of it squeezes a hand just out from between the fingers of it, and it's going to cast a spell at you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw as this warped, darkened, divine energy. It almost looks like Bask's sacred flame, but corrupted, tormented, twisted, begins to circle and engulf around you.
19.
19, that is a success. I believe that on a success, you don't take half damage because that's a cantrip. So you manage to dodge out of the way as the flames begin to come into existence above you and kind of shoot down and around. You manage to avoid and take no damage. Next one. One of them is going to head up the stairs towards you, Elmore. 30 feet right there. I'm just going to cast Inflict Wounds on you. That is a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that is.
So you do take 10. 23 points of necrotic damage as this monk comes up here, his hand shrouded in this necrotic, sickly energy, reaches out and touches you, and with this shocking burst of energy, and shoots this necrotic blast into your squirrel's form. So 23 points of necrotic damage and concentration check as well.
$17 for that one.
17? You're good. So as the last one locks eyes with you, Netadian, and you can see the eyes are unfocused, jittery, almost crazed, as it lifts a hand towards you and speaks in a voice that isn't natural for the body that it is. You can see that this, it seems a little bit deeper, almost echoed, warped, and speaking a similar tongue to what Kestor had chanted outside, and casts same spell towards you. So dexterity saving throw on you, Netadian.
Okay.
After casting the spell, it's going to go here.
What did you do?
You save, no damage. Next up, Durand.
Hmm. Let's... This is a bonus, right? Okay, yeah. Oh, what happened?
Nothing. Never mind.
Yeah, okay. I'll bonus action Shield of Faith on myself.
Okay.
And I think I can reach... Yeah, because he moved over a little bit. I should be able to reach that, the guy in the middle
Okay.
of the room.
Yep, 25. And as you go and you step into that pool of blood that sits there, and you look over and you can see lying on the ground there, the source of this blood, a fallen monk of the order.
Huh.
Looks fairly fresh.
I guess it's fine if this takes my action, but can I check to see if he's okay? Is he
So
there?
you run up to this crazed guy, and you're like, "Hold on, I'm gonna check on your friend here. Check his pulse."
I don't give a fuck about him, dude. There's somebody that's seemingly dead next to him.
Make a medicine check. That's your action.
That's fine. We discussed this. I am not in my head. I'm in Duran's.
Understand.
And he feels pity over these people because I mean, if you think about it, this could have been Durand to a certain extent. Bad ending, Durand. Medicine 19 total.
19. Unfortunately, he is dead. Recently, you suspect the body itself is even not quite cold yet. It's slightly above room temperature, so probably fairly recently. You look back up and you can see that the monk there staring at you with a crooked smile, almost unearthly. Ah, do you feel pity? And you can see the tongue is split. Not quite a serpent's tongue, a human tongue, but it looks like it had split apart. You can see the eyes, the pupils have retracted, shrunk down to pinpricks almost.
Gods have mercy. At the very least, he's resting.
Give him my condolences.
I would
Is that
say
your
you'll
turn?
meet him soon, but you're going somewhere different. That's my turn.
Gotcha. Next up is you, Neredian.
Right. Let's see. I need to check on those items. I would like to go closer to the where Elevorn is and everything. It's like, how close could I get without dashing?
So, nice little jump onto the back of the church thing, right up and over. Easy enough. That's 30 feet right there.
And then I would have another 30 feet, I assume. Kind of.
Bonus action dash, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go right up to the guy that attacked Elevorn if I can. Or
Yes, you can. 30 feet is right there. So as you run up the stairs up to the altar, you can see Elevorn just get hit with this dark impulse of necrotic energy. You can see the squirrel's veins kind of showing through the fur, just this blackness that is spreading. Behind her is the large spectral gavel and the one monk who has just retracted his hand back from Elevorn. As you run up behind him, what are you doing? You have an action.
an action, yes. I guess I'll try to stop him with incendiary edge and use immolation.
Okay, go for it. So make your attack roll, or is that's how it works, right? Why do I make such complex?
Yeah, this is all you.
It's all my fault. Let me refamiliarize myself with the incendiary edge. So after you successfully hit with a melee weapon attack. Okay, so you have to hit first. So go ahead and roll an attack. And then if it hits, we'll roll the damage on that, and then you can choose to use immolation.
$27.
Yeah, that'll hit. So as you take out the blade, the constantly warm to the touch blade, almost fitting that in its reflection almost seems to be always reflecting light from a fire of some sort. And here you are. You plunge it into the back of this monk here. It lets out almost a guttural sound that doesn't sound quite human. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. My dice. And again. Who stole my dice?
Who stole my dice?
I mean, I have dice, but I need to find the d6s.
D6 is for what?
Or the immolation.
Oh no! Roll the dagger damage right now.
Oh, just the dagger now. Okay.
Yeah, then we'll have to roll. Like I haven't made the saving throw for immolation yet, because you only can use the immolation once you actually
There.
hit with an attack. So we'll
See.
roll that damage first.
Do I get sneak attack now?
If you use sneak attack,
Oh yeah, never
you
mind.
can't use immolation.
Yeah, I won't use sneak attack, so I'll just.
Oh, just sneak attack?
No, I won't.
Okay.
I'm...
I understand. We're on the same page.
Eight points of damage.
8 points of damage. And as it's in, you kind of hone your connection with the blade, and you use the immolation to send a burning burst of fire while the blade is still inside of this guy's flesh. That is a 7 for the saving throw. Does not beat 14. So as this burst of fire erupts inside the body of this monk, you hear a secondary just scream on top of the unnatural guttural screaming, and you tear the blade back out of his body that had partially even cauterized the wound while it was in it. So go ahead and roll 8d6 fire damage. As the skin, the flesh, blisters and boils and continues to simmer on, even after the initial burst of flame has subsided.
Yeah, sorry, I'm calculating.
It's okay. It's a lot of d6s.
Damn it.
Hmm?
It's calculated. Just clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, 22 points of damage.
22 points of damage. You can see this one, you tore a large chunk of the flesh off of the small of his back where you had punctured, almost like right into the kidneys. And you can see him sort of weak on his legs, but immediately sort of stiffens and goes back up. And while clearly in pain, it looks like he is taken by something that is just going to keep going and fight through it. So while severely wounded, it's not showing any signs of slowing down. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
All right. Next up, as you stand back up, Duran, to face now this monk who had been talking to you that you feel just a little bit of pity for, I suppose. You hear this unnatural sound. This almost creaking of wood and grinding of stone. And you get a sense, and as you look up, descending down from you, wings splayed, is the rock from above. comes down behind you and is going to attack. As it sort of yells down from the ceiling of the temple down into this space and drops onto you.
Oh, hello there.
What a hello. Alright, so first attack with its beak is going to be advantage because it's flanking. A 16.
Hey.
Nay. Second attack with advantage again is going to be a 23. This time with the talons as it comes down, rakes across the back of your head.
Just enough, you little bastard.
Just enough, really? Oh shit, I forgot
Yeah, I
to
have
use
23
that.
AC. I used
God
the Shield of
damn, that
Fate.
is ridiculous, yeah. Alright, you take 10 points of slashing damage as it sort of opens up. Nice cuts along the back of your head as it scrapes down with the talons and then lands, wings spread behind you. Screeches out in a terrible abyssal bird-like call. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for concentration. Shield of Faith is concentration, correct?
Yeah. That is a 12.
You're good. This brings us to Elevorn. Your turn.
I'm going to well, yeah, I'm gonna multi-attack the guy, Kestor.
Okay,
Yeah.
go for it.
That's a 22 to hit the bite.
Yeah, 22 hits.
That's 8 points of damage for that.
8, okay. And hold on, just remind, with the claws, you do have the cobalt claw tips attuned, right?
Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Wait.
The bite doesn't matter. That doesn't proc it.
Okay, yeah. So that was a
Is that a bite or a claw? Let's just call that a bite and move on. Or
Yeah,
was it a bite or a claw? Is it different?
it was a bite. It was the
Okay.
bite.
Okay.
Sorry. I was about
No
to tell
problem.
you what I rolled. Okay, hang on.
Alright, so now your 2 claws.
Does a 17 hit?
17 does hit, yes.
So that one hits. Like a 22.
22 does hit, yeah. He actually fails both saving throws, I think, with a 6 and a 7. So,
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a 13 saving throw for that.
So as Elevon just goes crazy, a bite in both claws, just flailing at Hester. The sort of tree-like barky exterior that you had seen her elf form have translates to the squirrel, as well as it's less fur and more sort of these red, sort of it looks like almost like red strandy moss. But she goes and claws away at him with the blue metallic cobalt claw tips that dig deep into his flesh as they connect. How much damage do we got from the attacks?
It's 25 total.
25 total from those 2 attacks?
Oh, yeah, because it's +5, right? And it's 2d6. So.
Okay, gotcha. Just wondering. And what is so he has 2 stacks of the poison. What's the damage dice on the poison from the claw tips?
1d6
What?
at the start of the turn. 1d6.
Okay. So,
And as a bonus action, can I use a 5th of those spell slot to not die?
Sure you can. If you want to not die, I guess you can. You don't have to.
It was like 25 points back.
Okay. 25 points back. Nice. So, next up is Kestor's turn. At the start of his turn, he does take the 2d6 poison damage. And as you are up close, clawing, attacking him, as he's taking these wounds, as you're opening up wounds and causing blood to spill on his chest as you attack, he takes a hand and places it right between your eyes. Don't worry, you're misguided, but I will heal you. And he's going to cast a spell on you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Am I within 30 feet?
Is your range 30 feet?
Yeah.
I thought it was 10. 30 at a higher level.
No. I'm saying my channel divinity.
Dang. Okay, so basic. Okay, so let me see. Probably geometrically, no. 10, 'cause 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 is right there. So even, no, unfortunately not.
Okay. Just curious. It would have been cool, but whatever.
I have
Wow.
modifiers, but I rolled a natural 20.
Wait, what? Why'd you say 12?
No, I said it's 20. I said I have a modifier here to add to it, but it's like 20.
Okay. I'm actually just gonna...
It's like 26.
26?
Well, because I have the proficiency bonus thingy, and the squirrel has +2, and I rolled a natural 20. So
Okay. So you succeed.
yay!
So that is half damage.
Yay!
Hold on. So half damage, you take 27 points of necrotic damage. As Kestor von Grenist casts harm on you. So you take 27 points, that's halved. And your hit points maximum are not reduced by 54. I need you to make a concentration check, please.
Has he been making concentration checks?
Spiritual weapon is in concentration.
Oh, lucky him.
Really?
That's an 18.
18, you're good. Wouldn't have been if you had failed, though. Anyways, Era, it is your turn now.
Okay. So there's 2 around us, and
You still have Bigby's hand just shaking and crushing this guy.
excellent.
You had seen the
can-
rock come down right behind Rand.
Could I? No. Okay, I have a question. If I use synaptic static, in an AOE, would that break my concentration on Bigby's hand? It's instantaneous. It doesn't.
No. The
Concentration.
only thing that would break your concentration is if you cast another concentration spell.
Excellent. Awesome. Okay, so I'll do that. I'll use synaptic static.
One
An
second,
AOE
then.
around. Yeah.
Is synaptic static evocation?
Oh, that's a good question.
I feel like it might not be.
I'm looking it up now. Sorry. It doesn't. It doesn't say, so I'm going to assume no, but I'm going to double check.
Static is enchantment, so that means you can't do the same thing that you do with Fireball with synaptic static.
I see.
because that's an evocation wizard thing for specifically
Yeah.
evocation spells.
Okay, so then I won't do that because I don't want to do that to Durand.
I can take it.
I mean, if it
Chill.
does it, coward. Anyways. All right, then I'll just good old fireball.
Fireball, 3rd level.
Yes, please.
All right, so casting it such that it hits everything here except for Dalan. Go for it. Actually, yeah, go ahead and roll your dice. I'll roll the saving throws. How about that? I'll do that. You do that. All right, cool. So you cast the fireball that explodes Dalan. A very familiar, still a bit eerie that you see this explosion coming towards you, and then it just sort of molds itself around you. You can still feel the slight heat from it, but not nearly enough to be uncomfortable, let alone burn you. As you can hear through the flames, the screeching of the rock behind you, the abyssal sort of shouting of both of these possessed clerics.
I did 29.
29? Okay. What is your spell save DC again?
It is 17.
17. Alright, so that's all 3 fail with a 16, a 1, and a 12.
What?
So what did you say? How much damage was that again? Sorry. 20 what?
29.
29. Okay.
And for a bonus action, I'd like to crush him.
Go for it. It's just damage, right? 2d6 plus your intelligence modifier. Don't even need to roll for an attack.
Oh. It's just damage.
It's just damage.
3 damage.
So after the fireball subsides, during the subsidation of that, the hand continues to crush this guy, who is, you don't speak Abyssal, but as anybody does, when they hear or are interested in foreign languages, you do hear him just cursing at you in Abyssal, and you understand those.
Nine damage.
9 damage. And then the cursing abruptly stops as the ribs crack inwards and break. You can see blood spit up from the mouth mixed with this black ichorous liquid, but the body goes limp in big pieces. Is that your turn?
Yeah. Let me move. All right. Move me to the left. From there. Left. No, like all the way. Like oh my god. 15, 20, 25 feet to the left.
Okay, sorry. What's left? So this way?
No.
This way.
Yes.
This way, okay.
Yeah, 25. Yeah.
25.
But like, okay, I'm sorry, around the thing. So I want to be in front, like, go
okay,
around it. Yeah.
Got it.
Thank you.
Understand. That makes more sense. All right.
Beautiful.
Excellent. All right. Next up are the possessed clerics. The one that is to you, Elavorn and Nedadion. Looks back to you, but looks at Kestor being attacked by this squirrel, this evil creature. And he's going to again reach out to touch you, Elavorn.
Foul heathenous squirrel.
That is a 27 to hit. I'm going to assume that's a hit. Bold of me, I know, but I feel lucky.
That even hit me.
That even hit me. That is 24 points of necrotic damage as again you feel this just burst of sickly energy almost withering away at your insides at the touch of this cleric. 24 points of damage. What?
Okay. Great.
And concentration check, please. As Durand, the one next to you with the tongue split, they're kind of, you can see whenever it opens its mouth, they're sort of moving in different discordant, disjointed directions. He reaches out to you.
No touch.
Rolling with advantage. That would be a 27. Look at you guys, intertwined soulmates, you two of you, I swear.
True.
You hear the pain chittering of the scroll as you even let out grunts of pain. Simultaneously, the two of you touched by these inflict wound spells. Durand, you take 24 points. Wait, didn't you take 24 as well, Alavona? Okay.
Stop.
24
Can you
points
stop?
of necrotic damage, Durand. And I need you to make a concentration check as well.
Mine was a 21.
Mine is a 14.
You're good. That's their turns. Durand, your turn. Actually, first. No. Your turn.
No, go ahead. By all means.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
No, please do.
Oh, it's you. It's all you, man. Please. It's yours.
Okay.
After seeing the sort of blackness in the veins where creeping up your neck after he touched you and seeing the pain. What was it you were saying? You can see the robe still smoldering from the fireball. It doesn't look the best physically, but you wouldn't be able to tell that by the stature and the attitude.
Now, don't get ahead of yourself. And with that, I'll attack.
Go for it.
And ahead of himself he won't get, because that's a lot of numbers. It's a 23.
23 does hit, yes.
I'd even hit me if I was aiming at me.
I can't even hit myself.
And that is... Right? Huh? Right? Yeah? Okay. Yes. Sorry. I didn't math. That's 12 damage.
12 damage, alright. One
Unless...
slash. Still up.
Unless he, I don't know, maybe takes damage additionally to, any of my attacks.
Oh, I got it. No.
God dang it! I could pray. And pray I am as I swing again.
Go for it.
It's the same number.
Now he falls.
Oh yeah.
As he kind of spins, falls, and lands face down in the pooled blood of the other fallen monk. Not the one that Eric killed, but the original one.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. By the way, the dude that I stabbed with the dagger and used immolation, it's
Right.
it's
Yep.
like shining light and yeah.
He also takes 4d6 fire damage at the end of each of his turns. So takes 46 on a fail save. Fair times on a circle. So, he has to make another saving throw. He does succeed with a unnatural 20. 18 plus 2.
Okay.
He would have been dead, maybe. Alright. So, Duran, that was your action.
I think that's all I got.
Alright. No
Yeah, yeah.
movement. You're good.
I don't want this thing to go towards anybody since it obviously has the capability to fly.
Alright. Netadion, it's your turn.
I'm gonna stop the dude again.
Stab the dude again.
Yeah. I'll do, of course, with incendiary action. If can I get the sneak attack this time though?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, I'll sneak
Well,
attack.
let's see if you hit first.
Yeah. — 16.
16 does hit.
Math.
Math. You didn't want to do math. Why'd you play a rogue?
All of the classes need to do math.
I hope you know your 6 times tables.
I don't.
6 times 1 go.
46.
22 points of damage again.
Down.
Good. And then I have. How far am I from the snake now? I guess I'm like that 60 feet away since I used like my things.
Yeah, about that.
Okay. Well,
About 60, 65 or so.
because I mean, if it's within 60 feet of me, then I can command it mentally. So I would like it to, start slithering towards the monk that is attacking Durand, I guess.
I'm almost dead. Sorry. It looks like he's standing up, but he's not. Yeah, these guys are gone.
Well, okay, well, still find towards Kestor, I guess. I know it.
In your direction?
Hmm?
Towards you, then.
Yeah,
Kestor.
towards me.
Okay.
And then I'll move myself to behind Kestor, I guess.
Okay.
Surprise, bitch.
Alright. So is that your turn? Or
Mm.
wait. Yeah. Maybe?
I have a bonus action.
Okay. Can you bring out your Shadow Blade as a bonus and attack with it at the same time?
It is actually a bonus action. Yes.
Okay, then do it.
But it's also concentration, and I am
I don't think you're not concentrating on the snake. That's just a magic item.
I thought I was concentrating on something, but I think I'm messing up because I was thinking about doing stuff.
No, you're not concentrating on anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking of doing a thing, but
Okay.
then
So go ahead and
messed up, and
roll to hit Kestor with advantage because you're flanking with Elevo.
yes. $24.
24 points of damage? No,
No,
24 does it. Yeah, 24 hits. Sorry, I'm out. So
we're
you
all out of it.
sorry. So you rush around, leaping over the body of the monk that you had just fallen before it even hits the ground. You're in position behind Kestor, drawing the shadows of the area into a blade in your hand. You stab out. Prize, bitch.
First, I'll roll for the normal damage, and then, or also.
What normal damage?
Or just a.
The
Like,
blade has its own damage. It's just,
Yeah.
I think, 2d8, right?
Yeah, 2d8.
That's just it. You don't add your dexterity modifier. It's like a spell, so it just deals 2d8 damage.
6 points of damage.
6. All right. Is that your turn? No, let's
Yeah,
just
that's
look
all I can do.
back towards you and then Elevorn.
Yeah, that's all I can do.
Except the gavel behind you, Elevorn, swings down. That is a 23 to hit.
Yeah.
You
You know.
take.
And dripping noises and then me going, ow, what the?
That's 22 points of radiant damage. And concentration check as well, please. As Dran, the rock, takes to the air, staying within your range. It swings around, centering itself in the room, maybe flying about 5 feet up. Actually going to begin to move closer to Elevorn and Netadion.
Alright, well, if he tries to move away,
It
we'll
does.
hit him.
Go for it.
Or I will try to hit him.
Yep.
You better hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
What is it?
It's a 1.
Oh no! How many times has Sentinel not worked?
Very few times, like, I think, honestly, like 2 or 3 times. Ever.
Yeah. So the rock flies up into the center of the space and lets out a horrible screech. What was your saving throw for concentration, Elevorn?
17.
17? Okay, you're good. Now I need everybody to make a constitution saving throw. Or not everybody. Duran, Neri, and Ella. As this ear-piercing high-frequency screech hits the three of you from the throat of this demonic, vulture-esque creature.
14.
Okay?
13.
Okay.
6.
6. Duran, you just succeeded. DC was 14. Netadion and Elevorn, you're stunned.
Fun times.
Next up, Elevorn. End of your turn, you're no longer stunned. Kestor's turn.
I'm an elf.
Oh, you're an elf, by the way.
Yeah, I tried to narrate that, but you didn't, you know. I'm sorry, failed.
So you still have your concentration. Through all of that, you're still focusing. Let's go Kestor's turn. He's going to cast a spell. I need everybody to make dexterity saving throws as the spell begins to be cast and the dirt beneath your feet, or in some of your cases the altar, begins to glow orange, then red, then white as pillars of flame burst forth from the ground beneath each of you.
If we're stunned, can we even do that?
I believe, let me look at stunned. Stunned says, I think it's at disadvantage, or no, automatically fails strength and dexterity saves.
Hmm.
So you're the only one stunned. Elevon actually stopped being stunned, so you automatically fail.
Yay. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
As Kestor von Grenist casts Firestorm. Let me hear those dexterity saving throws, please.
24.
Success. 24 dex save from Duran? The fuck world do we live in?
That's like, oh shit.
22.
Success. Era?
May I? Well, I would like to stand on.
Yeah,
Oh,
please.
whoops, never mind.
What?
Wait, is it my turn?
No, it's not your turn. Dexterity
Oh,
saving
okay.
throws, please.
I misheard. Sorry. It is 21.
Success as well. So, Duran, you take no damage. Everybody else takes half damage, because somehow evasion, even if you're stunned and area, you take half damage. That doesn't make any sense. Mechanics. I might overrule that in the future, because that doesn't make sense to me.
So, how much was that? And then
Well, let me calculate it real quick.
Oh yeah.
Is this fire damage?
It is.
I'm I have resistance to fire if that does anything.
Yeah, it does. So, Elevorn, Neredion, Era, Elevorn and Neredion, you take 18 points of fire damage. Era, you take 9. And I need Elevorn and Era to make concentration checks. So Constitution saving throws, please.
— 14.
Six.
Wait, 6?
Yep.
Okay. Big B's hand is gone. As you lose concentration. So, after being engulfed in these pillars of flame that have come from the ground beneath you, Elevorn and Neredion, even though you're stunned, Neredion, for the moment, you see that the altar has begun to catch flame. As it is sort of a wooden constructed stage, there's flame beginning to spread around you, and as the flames die down after all of you, Dalan, you taking the precaution, shielding yourself from the majority of the blast, Neredion, Elevorn and Era dodging around it, but after the obscuration of the flames and the smoke begins to subside, you notice the flames, Ella and Neredion, but Kestor is not there anymore.
that piece of shit. Oh, I mean,
Era, it's your turn.
Would we be able to hit the winged creature without flight, or just curious?
Yeah, it's only about maybe 10 feet off the ground at this point. The ceiling to the room isn't incredibly high, so it's kind of with a melee attack, probably not, but it's within almost any spell range that you would have, I think.
Is the floor continuously are we taking constant damage from the floor, or was it just that one ability?
No, after that initial burst, it's subsided. There are scorch marks all around from the flame, but it's not caught. As you guys, Durand and you, Era, you're standing on a dirt ground, so it's scorched, it's blackened earth, but it's not hurting you past that initial pillar of flame.
Take me to Durand and I'll cast Fly on him.
Okay.
Behind him.
Yeah.
Just boop him. Excellent.
Ooh, fly. Alright, is that it?
We have to, I'll say something if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
We should probably let Bask know that he disappeared, just in case. That's it. And
Alright.
scene.
Durand, you're up. Not yet, but you can fly if you want to.
You can fly.
Yeah, you have fly cast on you now.
All right. Yeah. Wait, is it my turn?
It's your turn.
You said. I'm confused.
No, I said you're up. Well, not yet, but you can fly. Pun.
Oh, it's a pun. That was good.
It's your turn, but you're not up yet.
Got you. Well, let's change that.
All right. I assume right here.
We did it.
Yeah.
You want to go?
I suppose before going away, I could tell Era, yeah, if you could send him a message or go out and talk to him. Either or.
Just casual. Still, just
Casually,
we're
yeah.
demon guys. Like it's whatever. Go send a message. Maybe bring us back some sandwiches.
And some coffee.
Whoa, guys, too much.
I think it'd be important to let him know that this dude just up and disappeared.
Yeah, I agree. Anyways,
Okay.
Whatever, I'm hitting this guy. Or I'm trying to.
Okay, go for it. Hit that guy, that demon.
Or girl. We don't judge here.
Girl. Yeah. I do, but I won't say.
It's a demon attack helicopter.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
Get it right.
26.
Yeah.
I'm making up for the one. 14 damage. He's got to take extra, dude. Like, come on. Don't sit here and try to. You're kidding me. Does God mean nothing to you people?
Anything has vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities are rare.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, what would be the point of like demon bane weapons and those cool things?
I don't know, dude. Being
If
a fucking
one
paladin
cleric
against.
could be like, haha, sacred flame.
It's a demon. I'm a paladin. Come on, man. This is heaven versus hell here.
Yeah, exactly. So you can sense them. It's right there.
Oh. Hi. Did you hear how much damage I did?
14 for the first one.
Okay, so the second one. That's dude, can I it's another it's the same number.
Okay, yeah, that hits.
All right, let me see.
Oh, actually, how much of that was lightning?
Shit, my last one? I don't know.
Okay,
I just re-rolled, but I can tell you now how much this one is.
Roll it. Yeah, just tell me what that one is.
This one is the lightning is
So give me the total and give me whatever the lightning is.
the D6. Okay, so the D6 is a 4. And the total is
And
13.
total
Well,
is
plus 5 makes it 18.
18 total. Okay. So the lightning is halved. So
You're trolling me.
No. So I'll say that it took 14 from the last one, 18 from this one, right?
Yep.
So 43. So and then halved half of 4 is 2, so I'll say it does 4 less damage, assuming we'll just assume that you rolled the same thing on the other ones.
Okay.
Alright. So yeah, the lightning is halved, so. Alright. Any bonus actions, anything?
I'm very upset that my holy powers do nothing additional, but my innate lightning just does less. The circumstances of my birth.
Netadian, it's your turn. You're no longer stunned. It's Elevborn's turn. So smoke's clearing. The altar, the wooden altar that you're on, is lightly burning. You can hear some of the wood beginning to give way from the impact of the burst of flame from beneath you.
You know what? Let there be light. And like a sunbeam towards that.
Where? Oh, at the rock?
Yeah,
At the demon?
you know,
Go for
so
it.
as to not maybe not hit the round though.
Alright. So you know Sunbeam is concentration.
Yeah.
Okay. You absolutely can. So Elevon's hand glow with fittingly this brilliant sunlight illuminating almost the entirety of the inner of this temple, and for a moment it looks nice with the nice lighting. You can see at one point this might have actually been a nice place. The tapestries and the intricate rug on the ground all pops vividly and brilliantly under this direct sunlight. But aiming it upwards, this beam, this kamehameha of sunlight energy engulfs the rock. What is the saving throw it has to make?
Constitution, please.
All right, that is a 11.
Needed 15.
Okay, that does not succeed then. So go ahead and roll your. Let us see. Sun beam, 6d8 radiant damage, and is blinded. What?
What?
And it's concentration. So she just has like these glowing suns on her hands for a minute, and she could just sunlight. This so while she's rolling, a beam of brilliant light flashes out from your hand in a 5-foot wide, 60-foot long line. Each creature in the line must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, it takes 68 radiant and is blinded. On a successful, it takes half as isn't blinded. Undead and oozes have disadvantage on this saving throw. Cool. You can create a new line of radiance as your action on any turn until the spell ends. For the duration, a
What?
mote of brilliant radiance shines in your hand. It sheds bright light for 30 feet and dim light for an additional 30 feet. This light is sunlight. So 68 damage. What do we got?
That is 30 points of damage.
30 points of damage. The rock shrieks as the radiant sunlight begins to tear away and strips flesh and feather off of this demonic creature. Duran, you can see as the beam slowly recedes down and fades out back to Lavorn's glowing hand, that the creature is sort of still aloft, but is looking like a 1,000-yard stare everywhere. Doesn't seem to be able to see. As the beam continues up, like shatters through the ceiling of the temple on its path upwards.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it matters, it is like a beam of light, So if there happen to be any, evil bald guys in the way.
I understand. So you do that. Elavor, Neredian, make perception checks, please.
That's a 27.
All right. So as you cast this beam focused on the what's yours, Neredian?
Actually, I rolled so well this time. That's a natural 20.
Oh, Neredian coming through with the perception. So,
I see everything.
Neredian, as you break yourself from the effects of this demon screech, as you see Elavon looking upwards towards it, casting the sunbeam, you see that beneath you, the structure of the altar that you're standing on, the stage, due to the fire, seems to have been weakened. It's still crackling, burning the wood. Elavon actually has to sort of catch herself and come back as part of the stage beneath her has bent and caved in. Looking around, both of you see that a piece of part of this wood that has broken falls. Seems like whatever this is built on, this thing that you're standing on, in places isn't completely solid beneath it.
Of course. This is like a stage for actors and stuff like that.
Anyways. So that's Elavon's turn. Elavon, you notice just now, up until this point, that gavel had still been there. It just now disappears. Era, it's your turn.
I will. Let me fireball him again.
Fireball the one dude.
Yeah.
Go for it. It does succeed with a 18 plus 2. So go ahead and roll your damage, and it takes half of that. Hold on. I don't
haven't
think
had to use it before because they failed
so,
automatically.
Yeah, minus a D4, right? So,
Hmm.
so I think that it has. What's your spell save DC? 17, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it has to roll. It has to roll a 4 for it to fail. Oh, fell off the table. That is a 2, so it still succeeds with an 18.
Son of a. That's fine. I tried.
Good on remembering, though. Very good.
I haven't forgotten. I just didn't want to pester you.
It's fine.
Everything has failed this far.
Like, obviously, if it already fails, then there's no point. I want it to fail
No,
more.
there's a point.
Alright. So.
One moment. I'm
No problem. What's the total damage?
31.
31. So it takes half that. It takes 15 points of damage. It actually falls 5 feet before it just weakly sort of catches itself. You can see most of the flesh and feathers have burned and singed off. A terrible, acrid smell fills your nostrils, Durand, from the burning flesh and feathers of this creature. But it looks like it's barely hanging on. It doesn't even know where or what just happened to it again. But that's it. It's your turn now, Durand.
Finish him.
Make an attack.
And just give me a 20, dude. It's a 28.
That hits. So.
And it is. Oh wait, that's right. Hold on. Can you have one?
Yeah, to 0.
Yo, shut the fuck up.
Yeah. You round
Okay,
down in D&D. 0.5 becomes 0. Alright, so
That's
as
so
the rock is falling, you follow it flying down with your blade. You stab it through the chest and continue the momentum downwards, and eventually impaling and pinning it atop this intricate sort of rug thing. Sword completely through its body into the rug, into the dirt beneath. The rock screeches out, gasps, and its body begins to slowly dissolve to the point where you can still make out its features, but you can see this like blackish ichor begins to seep into the rug beneath its body until eventually it looks like it's going to the body's going to completely dissolve. But you withdraw your sword, splashing ichor and blood in an arc around the creature's body. All threats have apparently been neutralized at the moment, so we are out of combat, and we'll take a break.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to get out of the rock.
Yeah, right? Come on, man.
Imagine I've performed some sort of satanic ritual by stabbing this thing onto this rug or
You
something.
probably did.
The ground begins to tremble beneath your feet.
There's
my
a
God.
pendulum under the rock.
No. Oh.
Good job, Durand.
You summoned the demon. We're not
It's
supposed
okay.
to summon those.
No. I'm supposed
No,
to,
we're
because
the
how
bad
are we supposed to
guys.
kill it? How are we supposed to kill it if I don't summon it?
I mean, we.
Be careful. That's eerily similar to the path that these guys were on.
Yeah. No, we are the bad guys if you start summoning demons.
Not on purpose.
Sure. Anyways, AFK.
jump back into this?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Bring us back.
And we're live.
Welcome back. So, now we continue. You had just defeated the Vrock, the avian abyssal creature, as well as many of these members of the order, these monks that seem to have been in some way possessed or strengthened by some sort of otherworldly power. Daran, from your vantage point here, you see a lot of them. You don't recognize any of these people. Obviously, you haven't seen any of them, with the exception of one. Didn't really take long to assess when you bent down to check, but you recognize the first monk, the one that you had confirmed dead, to be Brother Eric, the member of the monastery who had greeted you guys at the gates before escorting Nedadion and Elavorn through the monastery.
Yeah, unfortunate. So, any idea where our fake father could have gone?
We saw a hole, right? Like the stages, there's stuff below it, right? Like underneath.
Parts you saw stuff fall at other parts it seems solid, like it has some structure to it.
So I would just be like, there's a hole here, and then can I climb down it or like into it?
It's not a large hole enough. Like the part that had started to give way due to the fire beneath you, the boards had just kind of bent and cracked enough to make you kind of like regain your footing. You saw some pieces fall, but not nearly large enough to actually fit through. But if you're going around searching for that, how about you make an investigation check? Try to
Okay,
find these hollow parts.
that's an 8.
8.
I suppose my
Elvon goes
question.
around this thing. She's stomping around, like trying to be like, "Where's the hollow?" Listen to the noises, but sometimes you find places that sort of cave and give way, but they don't go down too far. You can see the 5 feet down is just the floor of the temple.
Okay, well, I'm mad now, so, well, I guess maybe I shouldn't keep doing things. I should let other people do something.
Follow up to my question, I suppose. Can I take a look around to see if I can find any traces of where this man could have gone?
I'll also do the same.
Okay, so either both of you make an investigation check, or one with advantage.
I'm really impatient. Can I just turn into an elephant now and start stomping?
How do you wanna do this, dude?
You don't need my help.
Do you want my help? Or shall we roll separately?
Well, I rolled an 18.
Okay. So Elahorn turns into an elephant.
But that didn't actually answer my question. Did you want my help or not? I mean, did you
It's
want
okay.
advantage?
Roll for yourself. It's fine.
Alright, so Daran, you glide over and begin to get sort of a top-down view of this. Nedadion, you take to like investigating the stage yourself, kind of avoiding the frantic stompings of this elephant that Elevon that like immediately upon transforming part of those hollow places that you were stomping on as an elf just cave in, and you find yourself kind of stirred back, your hind legs fall 5 feet and hit the temple floor beneath the wooden stage that it's built on, kind of scrambling back up as this large elephant, barely enough room on the stage for you to even be here.
Did you want my investigation? Yeah, that's 26.
26. All right. So as you're carefully investigating, trying to concentrate with the sounds of a large stomping elephant not 2 feet away from you, looking at the place that Kestor had last been, where you had last seen him, you kind of tap, and you find that it's hollow, and you can see around this area. It looks like there's a trap door there, and you think that maybe that's the sound of that slamming sound of a door slamming that you had heard before you had entered. And while you go and try to figure out a way to maybe pry this thing open, looking for a latch, a massive stomp of Elevorn's elephant foot just cracks straight through it, breaks the trapdoor in, and when the massive elephant foot comes back, you can see that there is a ladder and a shaft.
I'll try to
Not-
motion to Elevorn that no, you can stop. We found it.
Stop.
I'd like to send a message to Bask, I guess, to update him on the current situation and what we found.
Okay. So you cast message.
Sending.
You have the cantrip, right?
Oh, I do have the cantrip.
He's
actually.
within range.
Excellent
of that,
idea.
Yeah. So you kind of point the finger in the direction that you know Bask is, and you translate this message to him with the cantrip. You hear Becca sigh. I heard the sounds from within. I think I'm starting to get through to the children here. If it seems too dangerous, don't risk yourselves for my mistake. But Nerdion, looking above the shaft, this trapdoor that goes down, you can't see the bottom of it, even with your dark vision. You can see down 60 feet, but it continues further down than that.
Guys, this goes really deep, and Elevorn, maybe you want to change back into elf if we are gonna go into this hole.
The shaft itself is a tight squeeze for even a humanoid-sized person. If you're gonna climb down, you're gonna be like climbing down very tightly.
Just kind
It's
of
a
a big elephant sigh and then turn back into an elf. If she's a bit stark, so could I don't know, sunbeam and try to miss the ladder?
So just sunbeam down. Alright, you cast the sunbeam down, all the way down, 60 feet, and as the sunbeam begins to dissipate and the light of it extends beyond that, you can see that the ground beneath, further down, goes maybe about 80 feet. After you cast the spell, or you unleash the sunbeam down the shaft, Elevorn, you guys begin to hear this very faint, low-frequency humming. But it's not coming from the shaft, it's coming from behind most of you. And you begin to sort of feel this light pressing against your skin. Just this slight pressure coming from the direction of that stone central pillar in the tower, in the temple. and listening. That's the source of this low resonance this constant tone.
I actually, since my snake is still kind of near-ish it, I'll go get it.
Okay. Coils
And
around your arm, turning back into a bracelet as it does.
yeah, but I'm gonna go at the same time because I'm gonna go to the snake. I'm getting closer to the pillar, so is the pressure getting,
Very slight. It's even at close distances to this, it's very slight, but as you sort of change your orientation around it, you can tell that it is exuding some sort of pressure. This force is coming from the pillar. It
I'm gonna
doesn't necessarily, it's almost imperceptible even at close distances.
I'll just go get closer to that pillar and just, go around it, try to see if there's any weird holes or something that,
Nothing
it
that,
has some kind of mechanism. But yeah.
using your investigation from before, no weird anything to it. It looks like just a stone pillar, well cut and fairly smooth to the touch. Even around the base, you kind of begin to move some of the hard packed dirt of the floor away and begin to sort of dig maybe a couple inches, and you can see that obviously it doesn't start here. It seems to be embedded in the ground. How far down it goes, you're not sure, but no strange any sort of markings or anything on the pillar. You look up and you can see that it goes up to the roof of the ceiling that you're at, and you can see where Elevon's sunbeam had broken through some boards. It continues up as well, except it begins to get thinner the further up it goes. Looking up, it looks like it actually attaches or connects to the steeple atop the temple.
Guess I'll just go back to the hole, next to the hole and everything, and I don't know anything. That damn pillar is. I mean, even though it seems to be emanating this very light, pressure, it doesn't seem to have any markings or anything that make it do so.
Well, if I was still an elephant, I'd go push it over, but I'm not, and we gotta find that guy, because he's bad news.
I mean, yeah, we have to go find that guy, but even, that pillar might, if you would crush it down, it might crush the whole roof down too.
Well, it would be good, right? Because nobody else is in here but us. All the kids are outside. We'll just take this whole bad thing down.
Well,
I don't think that would really accomplish anything if we just destroy the structure. We probably would lose any information as to finding him. Would maybe Bask have an idea of what this thing is? Could maybe ask.
You should go talk to
It
him
sounds
if you want
reasonable.
to. But I'm going to go find him. I'm gonna go down.
yeah, I mean, we can find the guy first, and then if you still want to come back, we can, you can go back to elephant form and destroy that pillar.
I'm gonna roll my eyes and point a message towards Bask and ask him before we go down, since I can just communicate with him.
Okay.
Would you? Is there? Yeah.
What's your? Sorry.
No, I was just curious to ask regarding the pillar if he knows any mechanics to it, or if there's anything we should be worried about before descending.
Descending?
Descending.
Ascending.
No, no. This is Bask asking.
Oh,
I wasn't
right.
aware there was anything beneath the temple.
Never?
No, not to my knowledge.
I'm gonna look towards the Bask doesn't know anything about it, so however we proceed, I'm gonna send another message towards Bask. Well, there seems to be a hole that drops pretty deep. We may proceed. We're not sure where exactly it'll lead, but I guess I can try to keep you updated.
Please do, if need be. I'll muster whatever strength I have and come help put an end to this. Eleborn's already descending, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going after her.
Alright, so you turn back maybe to update the rest era after you kind of point the message to Bask, have the conversation, turn back around. The only one you see is they're kind of hovering slightly above the raised stage platform is Durand. You see the tail end of Nerdian's cloak as she climbs down.
I'll descend last then, but I'll hurry towards them.
Okay.
Oh, I was going last. Oh, okay.
Okay. Who's
I was
going
gonna go
last?
last. You go, ladies first.
You want to argue? Just go down.
Jesus.
Sorry. Say so.
So heading down, it's slow going because of the cramped nature of this. But as you descend 20, 30, 40, 50 feet and beyond, that sort of pressure that you had felt kind of pushes and squeezes at your insides a bit. It begins to create this very, very slight nausea sensation the deeper you go. And Elevorn, as you are the furthest down, as you begin to get closer and closer to the base, wherever this leads to, begin to smell this sort of sickly iron-like smell, this kind of sick metallic smell. And as all of you descend, eventually that same smell hits you. Until Elevorn, you're about 10 feet or so from the bottom, where you can see this ladder descends, and there's more space as it begins and opens up to another chamber. You hear a familiar, echoing voice of Father Kestor von Grenist. Sounds like he's talking to somebody. They don't see. They are incapable of seeing. But I'd be remiss if I was to deny their strength. It is time, my children. I do love the both of you. And Eleborn, you descend first to see a large underground chamber, much larger than the temple it is set beneath. Rows of small stone pillars with flames lit on top, like miniature braziers, sort of flank on either side the large central pillar that extends even this far down. Similar looking in construction, maybe a bit wider. It doesn't seem to have any more special markings, but around it, you can see on the ground, illuminated by the faint light of the flames from these braziers, are markings on the ground. It looks like either words or sigils, something in a very foreign alphabet, something that you don't recognize, but they circle around the inner pillar. And immediately you're hit with a wave of that smell that you had begun to smell, and you look around and you can just see that scattered on the stone flooring down here, there are just pools of blood. Smeared blood, pools dried, some looking much older or fresher than others. But beyond that, you can see on the far side is Kestor von Grenist standing in front of two other monks of the order, ones that you and Nedadian would recognize as she now descends to you, standing almost arm in arm, small blades to each other's throats, are Brother Harper and Sister Abigail. And before you can do anything else after these words from Kestor reach your ears, they slit each other's throats and the blood begins to pour. Durand, Era, you have descended now. As the two monks begin to stagger, gurgle, and choke on their own blood, you see them not fall, but instead sort of just go limp for a moment, slack, their muscles just dropped, but still standing. As you can see then, the bodies begin to morph, the muscles begin to bulge and tear at the skin of the humans that had sacrificed themselves. In a matter of moments, where Brother Harper and Sister Abigail had stood, now you can see morphed into a large, tusked, muscularly armed, red-eyed, demonic gorilla-looking creature, and a large frog-mouthed, almost toad spiked demon with this sort of green mist swirling around it, being exuded from the moist skin of the second. Kestor notices the four of you's arrival. And you can see where before he was speaking with a sort of elegance, that of a preacher, that of the father of the monastery, now seems angry. You think this is how I wanted things to play out? You just had to meddle in things you don't understand, things that do not concern you. There will be peace, even if I have to make it. And the large demons begin to advance towards you. I need everyone to roll initiative, please. Got that cinematography.
Six.
Excellent.
11.
All right. Nary, the most dexterous, always bad at initiative somehow. I don't understand.
I'm bad at perception too, even though it's not dexterity, but you know.
It's not dex. Yeah, it's strange.
It's just. I don't know.
I rolled the freaking same.
What? 11?
It's a 12.
12?
16?
16. Okay. This is going to be an interesting one. With the initiatives the way they are.
Where the heck is the ladder on this thing? Last second draw this ladder?
Yeah. Gotta keep you on your toes.
Oh, it's disorienting on my part.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why?
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
Don't worry for what.
It's harder to tell where we are, but it's fine. I read the random hieroglyphics you put and just use that as a frame of reference.
Okay. Anyways, first up is Kestor von Grenist. As you can see, the eyes, they begin to seep this ichor substance that streaks down his face and leaves lasting marks down his face that seem permanent, like inked into his skin. Reaches out a hand and casts.
Counterspell? Can I use this scroll?
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it works. It was a cantrip, so yeah.
Oh, fine, I used it. Wow.
Menacingly
What?
used it,
Do you want
and
me
she's
to use
proud.
it or no?
She's
Yeah.
proud.
Okay.
Yes, I
So
used it.
instantly he does this, the ichor seeping down. You can see these dark flame-like orbs beginning to surround his arm, very similar to an Eldritch Blast spell. He sends them loose, 3 of them coming towards you, but Elevon whips out this scroll and I think you have to make a spellcasting ability modifier check. So roll a d20. It's a scroll, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so roll a d20 and add your spellcasting ability modifier. The DC for this is 13 because counterspell is a 3rd level spell.
Well, that's a 40.
All right, so that you successfully managed to quickly read off the incantation there that Era had provided you, and it's not necessarily exactly what you're familiar with, but you do manage to get it off before these bolts come to you in midair. They just fizzle and poof out of existence.
Looked cool.
Seething anger in your direction. Next up is the horned toad-like demon that begins to bound its way towards you, occasionally sort of running on all 4s, but mostly bipedal. And gets there. And immediately you can see these sort of horned spike things have small openings at the tips where you can see this sort of slight greenish mist that is almost entirely shrouding it, and you guys are being hit with this wave of just noxious odor. Anyways, next up is initiative count 20. Where you can see and hear the hum of the pillar surrounded by these strange letters or glyphs begin to pulsate almost to where it's almost like someone now is actively pressing against you, but no other effect. It slowly recedes back to its just faint pressure. Ella, it's your turn. And I need you, at the start of your turn, to make a Constitution saving throw as your senses are filled with this noxious odor.
That's a 20 total.
20. You manage to resist the effects of this, and you are, for the time being, immune to the effects of this creature's stench. It's your turn.
Well, Elevon is properly angry now. She's pretty mad before, but now she's very
Now
Very
it's fine. Pinky up angry.
and so she's just going very angrily, almost like fire in her eyes, summon a flaming sphere
Okay.
behind this lovely, smelly, terrible thing, and hopefully not ignite us, but we'll see what happens because, And also casting it at 4th level.
4th level flaming spear. Okay, so I assume it has to make a saving throw of some kind. Right?
Dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay, dexterity saving throw is a 16.
Wait, this one in front of us?
Yeah.
He's
It's-
close enough.
What's your radius?
What is the radius on that
Isn't
thing?
it 10? I thought it was 10. It's beyond 10
right.
feet in front of you, Duran.
Within 10 feet, yeah, you're right.
So, not quite, which would have been pretty much guaranteed enough to have it fail. But, half damage, yeah?
Yeah, half damage.
So just tell me the total. Unmitigated. I'll do the math.
It's 22 total.
22 total. Halved to 11, and you also notice that this thing doesn't seem as affected by fire. So it takes 5 points of fire damage total. As it is resistant.
Okay, well, if it doesn't look like it worked, can I move the sphere now then? Or do I have to wait till the next turn to move it? Just bonus action, you can move it.
I believe you can move it. Let me see. If it's a bonus action to move it, you absolutely can.
Okay, well, if I could move it towards, the 8th.
Okay, how much? 20 or 30?
It has 30 feet of movement.
Alright, there's 30 feet right there. Is that where you want it?
Yeah.
Okay. Durand, it is your turn.
I'll approach this thing and change my shield to fire.
Change your shield to fire.
Yeah,
Alright, that's an action, correct?
yes, and then I don't think I have. How long does this last?
You still have fly.
Up to-
That's 10 minutes.
Yeah, which means I probably still have Shield of Faith.
How long is the fate? 10 minutes? Well,
Also 10 minutes.
then yes.
Okay. That was gonna be my next move, but.
Shield of Faith. Okay. It took you a
That's-
while to deliberate, maybe not 10 minutes though, and also to find the trap and do all that stuff, so I'll say you have.
my spell
I'll keep
slot
track
or
of
no?
them, but I'll say you have. It probably won't even matter. So you have 5 rounds of Shield of Faith left, and when you get it cast on you, what, like 7 or 8 of Fly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that's fine then. That's it then.
Okay. You're not moving.
Oh, I moved in front of him. That
Okay.
was my first move. Moved in front of him and then boldly changed the element of my shield in front of his face.
So as you enter within this sort of wispy, noxious, gaseous cloud that this thing is exuding, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, I'm okay at those.
Alright.
That is a 15.
15? Alright, you also are immune to this creature's stench. Netedion, that brings us to you.
Fun times. There's that guy. That guy there. That die is representing the fire sphere, isn't it?
Yeah.
I hate this map so much.
Why?
Every single time I think I have the map in the right way, I don't.
Well,
Alright, well, just so if you got the map up, just the symbols around it, just put the D in the north position and the O in the south.
The D, he says.
You can read
Maybe
Infernal,
point out the
right?
D.
Or no. What?
I cannot read Infernal.
Oh, okay. This one, the D is in the north, the O is in the south.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you had it
Have
right.
right there.
You had it right, and then you flipped it. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, leave the on.
well. First of all, put me behind that one dude that's in front of Duran.
Okay. 30 feet. Constitution saving throw from you, please.
Yay!
You can move it, baby. It's fine. Go.
19.
You're good and also immune to this creature's stench.
Okay, let's see. How far is the cleric guy or whatever his class might be? Just
About 65 or so feet.
yeah, that's fine. Then I think because one that I'm planning to use is I'm gonna cast Toll the Dead on him.
Okay. What's your spell save DC? And is it a wisdom save?
It's a wisdom save, and
Okay. Yeah, he's really bad at those.
Neri doesn't know it.
I know. That's a save. That's a 25.
Well,
So that's your action. Do you have anything else? So I don't believe Toll the Dead deals half damages.
no, it doesn't. Yeah, I was just making sure it doesn't do that or what it does. Guess I'll just use Shadow Blade on that creature. That's,
Can you do that if you don't attack as an action?
Actually, yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna do anything then.
Okay. So you set up for flanking, ready to go after this thing with Durand. Era, it is your turn.
Let me. Oh my goodness, that one's really close by, huh? Let me hypnotic static. The two farthest from me, if I can
That's
get them.
120 feet? Or
I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, 120.
okay, then you're fine from. Well, you might actually have to move over to
Move
get
up.
line
I'll
of
move.
sight.
Oh hell yeah, I'll move over.
Yeah, but from there you can get it. So, intelligence saving throw from the two of them, I believe.
Yes, intelligence saving throw.
Okay. For Kestor, that is a 1 plus 10 is 11. Was not
Oh.
expecting a fail on his part, to be honest. And for the other creature, that's a natural 2. Minus 2 is 0, so that's a fail as well.
Yes.
Is static of the synapses. So you unleash this orb of energy, and you can't really see the synaptic static orb. It just sort of warps the space around it as it travels until it gets to the designated position between these things and bursts forth. You can see it's sort of like a shockwave that affects the minds of these two individuals. And Kessler sees it coming and is almost cocky in his arrogance as he's looking towards the rest of you, but yeah, takes him off guard. He underestimated it, apparently. So, go ahead and roll your damage as I read the other crazy effects of the spell.
Excellent. 30.
How much?
34.
34. What? 86,
Wait, let me double
right?
check. Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
After a failed save, it has muddled thoughts for a minute. During that time, it rolls a d6 and subtracts the number from all of its attack rolls and ability checks, as well as Constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. What? The target can make an intelligence saving throw at the end of each of its turn to end the effect. Okay, good. Whew. Alright, so 30, how much?
34.
34 points of damage. Whew. You can see the Kestor's ears begin to bleed. As the giant ape just clamps the sides of its head, and I can't do monkey screams, but imagine monkey screams echoing through the chamber. Yeah, not like that at all, you know. So imagine the opposite of that, and that's what it sounds like. Anyways,
And I would like to take a moment to commend our lovely chatter, who said that you should put a freaking up arrow on the north side of the map so you don't drive me mad.
I'm trying not to break the immersion, so I mean, either that or maybe we could do this more than 5 minutes before we start streaming, Dune, and I could answer any questions you have. How about that?
I wouldn't have thought of this question, and I won't think of the next one either.
No, that's a pretty good idea. I'll probably do that, and then erase it. I'll do that. Send you the picture, then erase it. Anyways, Era, you still have 20 feet of movement. Should you wish to use it?
Yeah, I want to get away from this nasty smelling, pressure pumping. Let me move to the left, 10, 15. 15 feet. That's it. That's my
Right
comfort
there?
zone. Yeah, stay
Right
away.
there?
Yeah, perfect.
Gotcha. All right. Next up is giant demonic gorilla. "40 feet of movement right there. And it is then, surprisingly, to you, Era, going to cast a spell. You can hear it sort of grunting, almost rhythmically chanting, its muscles and body sort of moving with each chant like a spell. Then you can see cast not at you, but at the others. I need. Well, actually, yeah. I need Elevord, Durand, Neridion, and the Toad Demon to all make strength saving throws as
Counterspell.
counterspell. Yeah. Yep. Okay, never mind. So, as you guys begin to feel these grasping thorns and plants grow out from the cracks in the stone beneath your feet and begin to latch on and hold you down, Elevon, you recognize this as an entangle spell. Era counters it in the casting, and the weeds, thorns shrivel up and fall limp on the ground before they can take any effect. The big ape turns back to you. But that's its turn. So there's that. Next up is Kestor, who is going to just start walking towards you, Netadion. You can
Menacingly.
see the ichor that has streaked down either side of his face is sort of dripping. It continues down his neck underneath the robes that he's wearing. His face has turned ghastly pale, and it's almost like there are no whites of his eyes. They're beginning to fade into black as he walks towards you. He just places a hand over his own chest, and you can see these ice crystals beginning to form around his body, creating this shrouding armor.
That's nasty.
But that's his turn. Next up is the big old toad demon, who is going to attack both Durand and Netadion. 2 at Durand, 1 at Netadion. The first one against you, Durand, is a bite attack, and that is a 18 to hit.
Nay.
Does not hit you. As it reaches in, you just kind of deflect its face away by thwacking it with your shield. It comes back with a claw, and that is an 11. And again, you just parry it away, not taking anything. Frustrated, it turns back and tries to take Netadion by surprise with a 15 to hit.
15 does not hit.
Okay, so after having tried to cast the spell at Kestor, but then turning back just in time to see this claw of this toad coming back to you, you duck swiftly out of the way and it misses. All 3 attacks miss. So next up is initiative count 20, where again the pillar begins to exude this force, heavier than before, so much so that Netadion, you can feel it, and it begins to make you feel nauseous and sick, to the point where you sputter and cough up a little bit of blood. You take 15 points of necrotic damage. You can see, you notice that as Kestor is walking towards this, within the radius of the pillar and this pressure that's coming up, the injuries he had taken, the damage from Eris synaptic static, you can see the bleeding from the ears seems to have stopped and even healed a bit. Elevon, it is your turn.
I'm gonna move my flaming sphere on top of him. Or at
Okay.
least hit him with it.
Oh, bam!
And then, wait. Well, yeah, I can do that because it's a bonus action. Yes.
Alright, his dexterity saving throw is a 12.
Oh, that doesn't save.
What's the damage?
That's 18.
18 points of damage. Okay. You can see Kestor himself is unaffected by the flaming sphere that slams into him. Instead, these ice shards kind of extend outward from the direction of the spear and almost catch it, but melts away part of this ice armor that he has conjured around himself.
Yeah, well, I'm going to growl and just take out my bow and use it with a Fey Blast, Eldritch Blast thingy, and yeah, try to shoot him.
Okay. So, taking out the Twig of the First Tree bow, you begin to cast Phaedrich Blast. Go ahead and make your attack roll as the arrow looses from the bow, the swirling orbs of Eldritch Blast Fey energy, these sort of light purple pink, sparkly glittery orbs of force damage shoot out, circling the arrow as it flies towards Kestor. What's your attack roll?
That's a 21 to hit.
That does hit, yes.
Yay. It's like 23 points of damage.
23. Okay. So, as the arrow and spell impact, first, the arrow, the swirls of eldritch energy coming in just on the sort of feathered end of the arrow. It cracks, hits the ice armor that he had conjured, and kind of smugly continues walking on, but then the ice armor begins to crack more and more until it shatters, and just in time for the blast energy to impact the exposed, unarmored bits of Kestor.
Oh, and it's 9 points from the bow. I didn't count the arrow hitting him.
Oh, wait, why did you add everything?
Because I'm silly, I forgot. I was so excited about the Fey Blast thing.
An extra 9 points from the bow. Great, excellent, fine.
You're
Perfect.
welcome.
Okay. So is that your turn? You have movement still.
I'll just step towards arrow a little bit.
Okay. So forward, or you want to go around? Oh, Era?
Yeah.
Like right there, kind of right between the two groups?
Yes.
Okay. Durand, it is your turn. So, still terrible smell, but the effects of it, you've steeled yourself against. There's no time to be sick here. You're in a fight against demons.
Right, exactly. I'll attack this thing in front of me.
All right, go for it. Roll with advantage.
So that is a 21 then.
Yeah, that'll hit. Yeah.
There next time. Oh my god. Okay. That's a... Wait, should I be counting any of these dice differently?
How much is the lightning? Have the lightning.
It's the D6 has a 4, so it's a 2.
So count that as 2.
All right, so then
whatever
it
you rolled for the
is 23,
23 points. Okay.
and then we go again.
Yep. Slash opening it up. This noxious green black liquid begins to ooze from the wound, It's very fatty, very blubbery, this creature. So a lot of it is, you're not piercing entirely through it, but opening up wounds, exposing this layer of just fatty outer layer of this creature's insides.
Next attack is 25,
Does hit as well.
and the damage is, damn it, 22 then.
With
Okay.
the lightning halved?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Is that your turn?
Neri is. Oh no, Neri just won, I think. No, she's after me. Let me knock her prone. Or try to.
As a bonus action? Or your shove?
Yeah.
So what is...
Yeah. It's,
I always have to read
want
this whole shield master alabasta thing.
You can't. I think we went with the. It's just like, it's a contested strength thing instead of rolling to see if it hits.
Strength athletics versus athletics or acrobatics. Defender's choice. Grappling, shoving. Using the attack action, you can use special measures to shove. Either knock your opponent pushed away. Boo. The target must be no more than one size larger than you. Must be within your reach. Instead of making an attack roll, you make an athletics check, contested by its athletics or acrobatics. So go ahead and make an athletics check, Iran.
Okay. God damn it. Well, maybe he'll roll badly. It is a 12.
12 as well. So no.
Okay. Close though. That's alright.
Yeah, I was like, there's no way he's doing this. I was ready just to knock this dude prone, but no. No, you don't have, like, after your attacks, you don't exactly stabilize yourself. You don't got the right center of balance to completely knock this thing. And it is a bulky thing that you're going up against, so you kind of are locked at a stalemate. It doesn't force you back, but you also do not force it prone. Netadion, it is your turn. Unless Duran wants to move.
No, I'm fine where I am.
Okay.
I guess I'll stop it.
Okay, yeah. That sounds like
Fair.
a good plan for Netadion to do.
Stab.
I guess I'll stab it.
First with incendiary edge.
Go for it.
$19.
That does hit, yes. You may roll a sneak attack should you wish to do so.
Yes, I wish to do so.
Go for it.
$31.
31 points of damage. Alright. Blade goes, you shove it into the hilt of this creature, twist, and pull it back, bringing out this almost clear green liquid with it.
Nasty.
Next
I'm gonna
attack.
stop it again.
Go for it. Pulling from the shadows, reaching over into a dimly lit area, pulling back with the shadow blade. Go for it. Make your attack roll.
That would have been a natural 20, but it was kind of like
Teetering?
cocked
No,
and
it's
yeah.
not. Damn. I applaud your integrity. You deserve a crit now, so roll a 20.
$15.
15 does not hit. Second blade, the shadow blade goes, but it's not enough to pierce the skin to the point where damage would be caused.
Not solid enough yet. I was too fast with it. And I won't move anywhere. I'm staying.
All right, Era, it is your turn.
By the way, out of character, so how are the markings on the floor? Are they like just like, are they painted on it or?
Yeah, it looks like a red paint of sorts. You can see some like smearing towards like the edges of some of the sigils or markings. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait. To piggyback off that, because I also had a question. The runes in the middle of the map are they runes like magic runes, or do they look familiar? Because you mentioned earlier that.
Looking at them, you understand that this is an infernal alphabet. If you want to read it, that would be, you can't see all of it, but you recognize the lettering. They are words. But obviously, because the pillar is coming out and they go all around it, you can't see the entirety of it.
I see. Okay, got it. Polymorph me into a T-Rex.
Okay, I will. You can do it yourself, though. I don't have to.
Maybe. Just maybe.
I mean, you're the god. What do you mean you can't do it?
All right. Polymorph into T-Rex. Duran, you can no longer fly.
Suck it, Duran.
Thankfully, he wasn't flying too high.
Yeah, right? He wasn't flying at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Alright, T-Rex. Luckily, there's plenty of headspace in this chamber down here. If you did this up in the temple, maybe not so much. Ended up just going through the ceiling. Anyways, that is your action.
Da.
Movement?
Move me forward.
Just right into this thing, engaged?
Okay, never mind. Move me back.
No,
just wait there.
The timid T-Rex?
The timid T-Rex. Well, it's not like I'm gonna fight. I'm just gonna walk up to it and do nothing. So I might as well just stay.
Fair enough. So you just stay in here?
Oh, well, I guess I'll just grab its attention. I'm done.
Got it. Excellent. Is that your turn?
Da.
You got its attention. It comes at you.
Oh, a surprise.
You can see it's like heaving with every breath, begins to foam and froth at the mouth as it attacks you recklessly. First attack is a 24 to hit. As it reaches it and just sinks its massive, powerful jaws into whatever flesh they can find around the ankles and calves of your T-Rex form. I assume that hits.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. So you take
Your armor class
14
is like
points
15, I think.
of piercing damage. 14. So be ready with these concentration checks. So I need you to make a Constitution saving throw using the T-Rex's Constitution.
Wait, can we go over the damage? Sorry.
14 points of
okay, and now concentration.
D20 plus whatever the T-Rex's Constitution modifier is.
I hope they heard that on my end.
No, they didn't. Thank God. Hold on, because I'm like looking for the tab. Okay, so get this, 6.
All right, so it bites down into you, and Era, you're like sort of shrunken down quickly and almost like suspended as your leg is trapped in the jaws of this creature. As Tiefling Era.
Oh my.
Easy come, easy go.
Easy come, easy go.
Now,
Whatever, I can't.
I just had her. Where'd she go? I wasn't expecting to meet her again so soon.
My leg is in his mouth. My poor leg in this disgusting creature's mouth.
He does relinquish the grasp. It's not a grapple
Oh,
attack.
okay, cool. Thank God.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Well,
you kind of get back up. Your leg, like sort of pierced almost all the way through by the jaws of this creature. It continues. You can see it attacking you with reckless abandon, no care for the defense of itself, but comes at you with the two massive fists now. First one is a 19 to hit.
With mage armor.
With mage armor.
Yeah. Still hits. I'm pretty sure.
19 hits. Right. So from that, you take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, and the second fist is a 26 to hit.
I also get hit.
Yeah. So that is another 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Excellent. Wow.
That is its turn. Next up is Kestor, who continues walking towards you past the flaming sphere, towards you. Netadion again touches himself, and the ice armor is back. Stops within maybe 10 feet of you. Do not listen to reason, and maybe you understand force.
I'm just gonna
Next up.
flip him off.
He kind of smirks as you do so and just motions to the large creature behind you as the toad-like demon is going to attack you. First one, 23 to hit. Actually, 22, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah.
All right. You take 13 points of piercing damage as you flick them off, and you feel this horrible piercing of these small needle, like rows of sharp, almost shark-like teeth from this toad creature sink into your shoulder.
Ouch. Okay, yeah.
All right. Next attack with the claw, also against you, is a natural 20.
Ouch, yeah.
Uncanny?
Actually, wait. Wait a minute.
Lucky?
Yeah.
Okay. Reroll this dice. So instead of a natural 20, it is now a 26. So a non-critical hit.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah. So you take what?
And can he dodge it though?
Yeah, you can still uncanny dodge. Lucky, I don't think is a reaction.
Yeah, it's
So-
it's a feat.
Yeah, so you take 9 points of slashing damage. Uncanny dodge halved to 4. So 4 points of slashing damage, and then the last claw attack is a 24 to hit.
Yep.
That one is 12 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
So we move on to initiative count 20. Okay. Now you can, that pressure that you had felt from the pillar, the one that's still constantly lightly pressing on you, the one that had occasionally grown to make yourself feel nauseous to the point where Netadion, you had even coughed up blood, now grows almost unbearable. You feel this weight, almost as if gravity itself has multiplied and amplified and is now pulling down on you, this overwhelming sense of gloom, and almost I need everyone to make a charisma saving throw, please. As there's almost this
Oh my god.
seeping, disorienting sense of madness that begins to encroach on your mind.
$19.
Success.
9.
What? 9? Fail.
Yeah.
It
8.
Yes.
What was it? Fail.
14.
14.
Ah.
Fail.
Oh.
Guys, come on.
So, Netadion, you managed to at least resist that sort of creeping sense of madness. The rest of you take 17 points of psychic damage. As your mind is almost... It feels like your head, like the worst magma, is just trying to force and rip itself outwards. Not physically, of course, but it feels like
reached
your
0.
brain is swelling. What?
I reached 0.
Air is down. As the rest of you take the damage, and you guys feel still this heavy weight on you, this gravity. For the time being, movement is at double difficult terrain. Elevorn, it's your turn.
Is Era, if I cast a 30-foot radius spell on myself, will I hit Durand and Era with it or not?
What spell?
It's a 30-foot radius.
Oh yeah,
Center.
absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
you'd hit everybody.
So I want to do that, and I want to use Mass Cure Wounds, please.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Elevorn casts Master Wound, and for a moment that weight seems lifted. Only a brief moment during the instant that the spell is cast, and you guys feel the weight off your shoulders and a little bit revitalized just for the crushing weight to settle back in. But you all heal. Era, you just no sooner had you hit the ground than your eyes shoot back open just to see this frothing gorilla demon standing above you, hunched on its front limbs, just some of the frothy spit from its large mouth dripping onto you.
That's 23.
Everyone heals 23.
And I'm like, come on, guys, we got it. That guy's still alive. And then, as my bonus action, can I move that thingy, my flaming sphere, onto that guy again? Because I'm still really mad at him. So just,
That he does save that time with a 22. So this time again, without even like sort of noticing it, it's like the armor of ice that he has is itself alive. It again sort of reaches out, catches, and stops the spear from impacting him, but part of it does begin to melt and drip away.
So that was 11 points of damage.
So halved to 5, or did you have it already?
No, that was, I didn't have it. You said not to, so.
Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. So he takes 5.
And then I'm going to go stand with the monkey guy, just kind of dance in front of him as, move me towards between Era. Can I move between Era and it, like stand in the way of it?
Double difficult terrain. So
Okay.
you're moving as fast as you can, but it's like a bad dream. That's what it's like. It's like the weight is on your mind. Your body almost feels normal, but it's like a nightmare, and you can only move so far.
Can I yell at it?
You can yell.
Your butt looks funny.
Great. Excellent. Durand, it is your turn. As you see Elevorn just running in slow motion, insulting this creature's posterior.
I mean, it does look ugly.
Your turn, Durand.
How confident is Neridion on dexterity saving throws?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh dear. I'm quite confident.
Good question.
Yeah, question mark. Hit me.
Hit me.
Preferably not, but
I mean, if you want to do something that might hit me, just do it. Especially if it's dex hit, just do it.
I mean, at very worst, you do half damage because evasion.
Yeah.
all right, I'll do I'll test the waters. I'll do one lightning breath.
Okay, so Durand inhales sharply, quickly before exuding a draconic breath. 30-foot line of lightning cuts through the toad demon, Netadion, and Kestor. All three need to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
And the
fine. I'll make a
the
dexterity
bad guys
saving.
have less.
Kestor rolled a 24.
17.
17. I believe that does succeed.
Well, plus
And
2.
yeah, so what's your
And
DC?
then-
What's your breath DC?
Oh.
It's not your spell DC, it's different.
No, yeah, I know. It's been a bit. Hold on.
So it should be 8 plus your proficiency plus constitution modifier. So it might be the same as
16.
It might be the exact same. So Kestor's out of range of your aura, but the demon is not. So the demon rolled an 18 minus 2 is 16. So Kestor and the demon take half, Netadion takes 0. So go ahead and roll lightning breath damage.
What level am I? 46.
Mm-hmm.
$14.
14 total, so Kestor takes half of that as some of it just impacts the armor, chips away some of it, ice shards flying, but doesn't seem to have an impact on Kestor himself. And the Hezro himself takes even less than you would assume, as it is also resistant to lightning.
That's fine. I was hoping to hit the other guy more, but whatever. Alright, and then I'll just do an attack.
Go for it.
Both of these. Is that a 20? Oh my
natural
god.
20?
How long has it been? Yeah, it's a natural 20.
think-
Thank god, dude.
Are we using any smites?
At the cost of my spells, actually, yeah. Why the hell not?
Alright, so roll your dice. How many levels of spell are you pumping into this divine smite?
3 and a 2. So that is
Wait, what do you mean a 3 and a 2?
first level spell
Just
slot.
one spell slot.
Oh no, right, that's right. Never mind. Yeah, it's just level 1s. So I'll do 2.
A level 2 spell slot? You choose a
two-
spell slot, right? First,
two-
second. You don't get to choose multiple spell slots. You just choose one. But if you choose second, then it does more damage. If you choose third, it does more damage. You only get to
So
expend.
I'll do a third. I'll do a third.
Third. All right. So that's an additional what? 3d8, 3d8, right? Or is it 4d8?
1d8 per level higher. So the first one is
1d8 or 2d8?
2d8.
Okay. So 3d8, right?
First one is 2d8, and then
So
1
4d8.
per higher. So it'd be
4d8 additional. If that's how it reads.
yes, yeah. For some reason I was thinking it was 5, but no.
No, it's 4.
Extra crispy.
To a maximum of 5. For some reason, it maxes out at 5 when the max that you could actually do as a paladin. No, I guess not. If you wanted to be like wizard/paladin just for divine smite and use 9th level spells, that might be so. It caps at 5.
So that is the d6. The d6 is halved.
And then doubled, and then halved.
Doubled and then
All right, so just separate everything else out other than d6 and tell me what that is. So double those dice.
so 48.
48 points of damage.
And then the d6 would be half, so it's just the 1/4, which makes it 52.
52. And that's including your strength modifier on top of that?
No. +5. So then 57.
57 points of damage. So you go and you hack into the creature, sinking the blade into its shoulder blade partway through, almost to where your blade is completely through it. It hisses and yells at you in pain and anger, covering you with this just terrible smelling breath. You scream and yell back at it with righteous fury and continue on, engulfing the blade in divine energy. The added strength allowing you to cut further, deeper, until you slice completely through the creature and it falls.
Oh God.
Is that all you want to do? Is that it?
I think I was sufficiently fancy. How much can I actually move?
With this double difficult terrain, about 10 feet, maybe. 10 feet with no diagonal movement allowed.
So then 10 feet towards monkey. Monkey! Monkey!
Charging towards it, just sort of flicking the terrible innard oozes of this creature that you had just sliced in twain off your blade, not being able to get far. Then that's your turn. Netadian. It's you and Kestor. What are you doing?
How's his ice armor thingy looking?
Still there. It's still there. It seems like it's slightly lessened. Not. It's mostly there still. You can see some chinks where it had been shot by the lightning breath of Daran, but even then, where it had been blasted, some of it has begun to cling itself back over. But it's still very much active.
Hey, don't leaving me like that again. I guess I'll just try to stab him anyways.
Go ahead and roll an attack.
You are literally so close, I could probably hear you complaining under your breath. She's like, how dare he leave me? I'm like 5 feet away.
You look back and you can actually see, like, at this point, Neri is sort of muttering as she's attacking Kestor, and you can see, like, the frost from her breath from being in the proximity of this armor that kind of grows out into spikes around the shoulders.
17.
17 just hits.
Okay. Wait, that's the wrong die. Eight.
8 points of damage. Okay. So you attack, stab outward, and manage to just chink and crack at some of the ice armor in front of his chest. The ice actually sort of freezes and to the point where you can't quite pull back immediately your blade. Then the armor had, right when you hit, ricochets, and these spikes of ice from his shoulders shoot out and pierce you at your chest and just under your ribs. You take 35 points of cold damage.
Ow.
Before you pull back the incendiary edge.
Freaking disengage.
Alright, bonus action disengage.
Yeah.
Alright, where are you going? Just away?
Towards the rond.
If
I can.
You get out and literally like a nightmare, bleeding, punctured, wounded, you just turn and you run, but the weight of this room on you is almost overwhelming. But that's your turn. Era.
Well, I mean...
That was your bonus action, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I could do action surge.
Oh yeah, you're a fighter! Do you want to? Just run away further?
Yes!
Okay, action surge. So 10 more feet?
Yeah.
Action surge to dash. Sure. Alright. Era, it is your turn. You are prone, and you feel like you've just got sandbags on your body.
Lovely.
You
I don't
use
know.
5 feet of movement to stand if you wish.
Yes.
Okay.
I can.
You stand. Wipe the frothing spittle from this demon off your face. What are you doing?
I'm going to resilient sphere myself.
Okay. The bubble is up.
My safety bubble.
Safety bubble. Alright. So the sphere of force. You have 5 more feet of movement if you want.
Yeah. Move me back just a little.
Okay. The ape demon is going to use its reaction to attack you. Would have hit, but instead just right onto the force bow. Looks a bit confused and angry, and kind of assists you, shoves you back, and looks towards Elevorn. And that's your turn, Elevorn. It is now the Balgira's turn, the ape demon, and it will recklessly attack you. First attack is a 26 to hit.
Yeah.
This comes in with a bite, clamping down, the powerful jaws locking onto your shoulder, almost bringing you down, its mouth almost engulfing down to the midsection. You take 17 points of piercing damage.
Okay, well, can I hellish rebuke? Just
You
like
can
angrily,
Bayish rebuke it,
be
yeah,
like, I
sure.
don't have time for this. He's still alive.
All right. So, from as it's biting down on you, you cast the Fayish rebuke, whatever spell, and your reaction, you're lashing out at being hit by this creature, shoots the energy straight into its mouth, up towards the roof of its mouth, into its skull. Go ahead and what is it? Is it a dex save or is it an attack roll on your part? Or is it
It's
another
a
kind
dex
of
save.
dexterity saving throw? That's a 13.
No, it doesn't save.
Okay, so what level spell are you casting this at?
Oh.
Should have probably thought of that before, but
I can cast it at different levels?
okay, so the way that Magic Initiate works is you learn the spell, and you can cast it at first level once a day. So that's your free. You get a free special first level spell slot that you can use for that first level spell. But if you're a spellcasting class that has spell slots, you can also use those spell slots to cast the spell that you know, because it's a spell you know.
Well,
You
then
learned
I'm
it.
gonna do it at third level. I didn't know that.
Go for it. Yeah. That's why Magic Initiate is still like pretty cool and useful for even spellcasting classes. So what? I'm looking at fucking Magic Initiate in the goddamn spells list. What's the damage?
19?
19 points of damage. Okay. It looks like surprise. It reels back, relinquishing you from this damage. You could see the just gobs of blood from the mouth where it had bitten you, but it is still alive and it's coming at you with the 2 fists. First one. Oh, jeez. With advantage, that's a natural 1 and a 4, so that's 11. So kind of reeling from your reaction, it swings and misses wildly, but regains itself for the second one, and that's a natural 20.
Well, yeah, that's.
So, natural 2. You take 24 points of bludgeoning damage. As it regains itself and just sort of straight arm punches you right in the face, kind of cracking your nose. You begin to just a spurt of blood from the center of your face and just this dull, like, ringing, pulsing pain. Around, you're running towards as fast as you can, but just not quite fast enough as you see this.
So, like, I'm doubled over and I'm like, is that all you got?
Okay. As a matter of fact, it is, as it is now Kestor's turn. Going to look. As Durand, you had just cut down one of the demons. It's almost this sorrowful expression on Kestor's face. You're troublesome together. Let us fix that. And he's going to cast Force Cage. Around Durand and Nedadian, you notice these spectral bars, almost like a prison, spring into existence, creating a 20 by 20 foot cage around the two of you. The bars are about half an inch in diameter and half an inch apart. And he's going to continue this way. Just walking nearly directly up to you, Durand, as the bars continue and finish and lock into place. Just a smug walk past you as the... Let me actually draw it. There's the cage.
Okay.
Kind of looking at you like a smug prison guard would to an inmate. But that's his turn. Next up is initiative count 20. You guys feel the weight, the heavy gravity lift. As now, you watch as slowly the flames on the brazier, one by one, begin to blink and wink out until the room, the area, is in complete and total darkness. Which doesn't affect most of you. But, Durand, you can't be wearing the half mask and the mask at the same time.
Yeah.
So, Durand, everything goes black. Elevorn, it is your turn.
Well, everything doesn't go black because there's a flaming sphere over there.
There is a flaming sphere over there. You know, the mechanics of flaming sphere and its actual lighting effect rarely ever get called into question. So, Durand, you definitely can see the flaming sphere. So, flame sphere. 20-foot bright light, more 20 feet dim light. So you can barely see the silhouette of the gorilla demon Durand, and you can see Kestor just fine with the light that this flaming sphere is shedding. Also, Elevon, can you roll concentration for me? Twice.
There isn't a flaming sphere.
Okay. So, as you are making the quip, that all you got to the gorilla that had punched you, everything went just white for a moment, and you lost concentration on the flaming sphere before coming back at the gorilla with that quip. But it is your turn now.
Okay, so It's a little bit. So, yeah, we're gonna polymorph me.
Okay. So you look as you see Era in her sphere of force, Durand and Neredian trapped in this force cage. You're the only one without a force field.
Yes, I'm gonna be a T-Rex because then I can roar and feel like I have a force field, you know, like.
There you go. So T-Rex time.
And can I move slightly? I mean, I can't attack this turn, but.
Where are you going?
Um.
You can move as much as your movement is. There's no longer the difficult terrain.
Oh, shiny. Let me just get closer. No, I don't know. I guess I'll just stay where I am.
Okay.
Hair is fun.
All right. That's your turn? Durand. What?
Yeah.
All right, Durand, it's your turn. As you see, Kestor is now walking around. He looks up as Elevorn transforms into a giant T-Rex and lets out a roar that shakes some of the foundation of this cave, causing small bits of dust and debris to fall from the ceiling. He looks to you behind the bars of this cage that he had cast. Inconsequential, all of you. But knowing that this power is capable of taking down foes so great, peace will be mine to make, however I see fit. It's your turn, Durand. Durand.
This is like the first time I have to deal with not being able to see anything around me. Give me 2 seconds to read to see if I can find any light.
You hear the voice. I mean, you can change your headpieces. I assume the half mask is in the bag of holding. The good thing about that is you don't need to see to get things out of it. You just reach in, think of whatever it is that's inside that you want, and pull it out. That would obviously be your action to do so, though.
I'll use Aura Vitality.
Okay.
And bonus action heal Neri.
Is it a target that you can see?
She's 5 feet away from me. Are you kidding me?
It is pitch black, my dude.
Healing energy radiates from you in an aura within a 30-foot radius. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. You can use a bonus action to cause one creature in the aura, including you, to regain 2d6 hit points. It doesn't say anything about looking at anybody.
All right, we'll say that the holy aura that you have is an aura around you, and you can then sort of sense the general location of allies within it. So basically, your aura allows you to feel the essentially spiritual energy of other people that you're familiar with. So you lock on to that brooding energy that is Netadion, and go ahead and heal.
Does it hit Eleborn also?
It's single heals a turn.
Oh, it's single heal. Okay.
And Eleborn's a T-Rex right now, so.
I mean, I wasn't sure. I was just curious.
How
It
many she had?
is 7 to you.
7 points of healing. Excellent.
Excellent.
So, you sort of reach out and you can feel the bars of the cage in front of you, and they are unbudging. They are. It is this spectral cage, force cage. It's like a slight, like constant vibration on each of the bars, but you can't force it with just like your current, like just investigating it. You can't force it at all. Anyways, that was both your action and bonus.
Yeah.
That leads us to you, Netadion.
Oh.
What? Sorry?
No. Go
Was
ahead.
that not it?
That's it.
Okay, Netadion, it is your turn. So everything around you is darkness. The only thing you can see is up to 60 feet around you. Everything is, colors are muted and black and white and gray due to your dark vision. There is not a speck of light anywhere in this chamber.
I think I'll just go closer to Rond.
Okay.
Because I don't think I can do like anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're done?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like I said, the bars on this force cage are spaced out about half an inch apart from each other. There are gaps between them, but they are very slight. Okay. Sorry, Era, it is your turn.
Could I dispel the thing on them? The cage?
You could certainly try. It would cause you to have to drop your
Oh, wait.
bubble.
Let me move first. Let me move. Move to the right.
Okay. So, rolling the ball through the legs of the T-Rex, you come up and boom, force-on-force collision with the cage.
I'm going to attempt to dispel the cage.
Okay, so to even be able to, cast magic out of it, you drop your resilient sphere and attempt to dispel the cage. What level are you casting dispel magic at?
I would use the glyph carver, so I think level.
So it's a 5th level spell.
Yeah.
Okay, so you pull out the glyph carver and you attempt to drag it down the. Actually, does the glyph carver require attunement to use that? And are you attuned to it?
I am attuned to it. I never unattuned.
Got it. So I need you to make an intelligence check, as this is a complex spell, one that you had only maybe read about once or twice, something that was so far above your understanding during your time in the Phoenix Academy, you didn't even bother looking into it yet. But now here you are trying to undo it. So, D20 plus your intelligence modifier.
Fuck. No, I rolled a natural one plus my intelligence is like 5.
No, unfortunately not. Just the pressure of this moment, and you can't quite lock onto the signature of the spell. You can't. It's just out of your understanding, and just not able to do it. The force cage remains. Still have 10 feet of movement. You're back to the
Wait,
point
what?
where
Sorry, I like
10.
10 movement. Move me
You're right
back
next
one,
to
and then
the
move me
last-
to the.
Huh?
Just like behind Ella, then.
Okay.
Can I say anything, or is that an act?
Oh no, you can talk for sure. Please do.
Got anything to shoot, Neri? That's it.
Okay. Next up is the ape who, again, maybe he's got a taste for T-Rex meat at this point. He knew what happened last time he bit into one. He's gonna do it again. Recklessly. First attack against you, Elevorn, is a 22 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Alright, please make a Constitution saving throw as you take 9 points of piercing damage. As he comes back at you with the
17.
two. You are good. Muscular fist. This time, maybe a bit confused as to why you didn't turn back after it bit you. Punches. Sort of, you can feel just this radiating pain from the impact on your leg. That is a 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah. So you do take from that 9 points, and the next attack is a 19 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
Okay, and that is 13 points. So I need you to make 2 more concentration checks, needing to beat a 10 each time.
Is 10 enough?
10 does success, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Alright, both saved. So it was 17 points of damage, 9 points, and then 13 points of damage, right?
Correct. So we're back to Kestor, who looks to you, Dylan. Though you don't know that he's looking to you. But you hear his voice. No worries. I'll get to you later. I can sense that you care for these, so I'll save you for last. And now Kestor is going to cast the spell that he had originally tried to cast, but was countered by Elevorn. So 3 bolts, like Eldritch Blast, but this black, dark, abyssal fire almost. 2 at Elevorn, 1 at Era. At Elevorn, that is a 25 to hit and a 28 to hit.
Both of those hit.
And against Era, that's a natural 1.
Fun.
Jesus Christ.
Stop using those dice.
Oh, thank God.
Rolling so high.
Jesus Christ. Alright, so Elevorn, from the first blast, you take 8 points of damage, a mix of fire and necrotic energy. And from the second one, you take 13. So 21 total. 2 more saving throws, please. As the blasts impact you.
One of them's like a 25.
Yeah.
And one's a 10.
Another 10 just succeeds. Next up, at initiative count 20, dim, flickering light from the braziers before the flames each come back, illuminating the room once more. Elevorn, it's your turn. Era behind you, no longer in her resilient sphere. Durand and Netadian still within this 20 by 20 foot cage of force. Angry gorilla demon in front of you. What are you doing?
May I please take a few lovely stomps? to position myself to bite that thing that just hit me.
Okay. So you're gonna try to bite Kestor?
Well, I want to multi-attack.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, they can't be at the same target, right?
No, yeah, so I want to bite him and tail smack that angry ape.
Gorilla? Got it. Do it.
Hopefully. The bite is a 16 to hit.
16 does not hit.
Great. And the tail thing is a 15. So,
15?
yes.
Oh, 1 second. 15 against the big old demon dude. For some reason, my AC thing here got smudged. Sorry. 15 just hits.
Wonderful.
What?
Nice, it's 7s. So
How much?
they're all 7s. And
So
then
what is that?
And then it's plus 7.
How much?
Holy
21?
crap.
What?
So
Wait,
it's
how much?
28.
28 points of damage. Smacking this creature with your tail, you feel and hear the large muscular neck snap. It's gone.
Then I'm going to roar at Kestor. I'm so angry I can't see what I'm doing.
Well, now you can. The lights are back.
No, I mean I
Oh,
was
you're
so
so
mad.
angry. You're
So
seeing
angry
red,
that
blinded
so I
with
missed him.
fury. Gotcha. Looks around. Both of his demonic followers, both of his prior underlings within the monastery, gone. It's Duran's turn. War. You're blocking the view of Kestor, Elderborn. Oh, sorry.
It's okay, I can see him on my screen.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't want to see him, he's ugly anyways.
Wow, that's mean. That's rude.
He-
Sure, he's
I
trying
mean-
to do you guys, but he's not mean about it.
Alright, look dude, he literally looks like something out of Slipknot.
Okay. Well, what are you doing to this something out of Slipknot?
Casting Firebolt. Why not?
Okay, sure. Go ahead and roll to attack. As the spell does shoot through the gaps in the bars.
17. Wait, is there an additional to this?
No.
Yeah, there is.
So-
No?
No. Fire bolt? No.
Oh, okay.
It's just the
So
dice.
then, it's just 17 then.
17 points of fire damage.
No,
You can see.
Isn't
then
it roll
what?
to hit first?
Oh, 17 to hit. Yeah, 17 just hits. Sorry.
Yeah. And then the damage. Okay, 3d10.
Oh yeah. Then in that case, there would be your spellcasting stuff.
Oh, so
are you
then.
do you have it from the glove?
Yeah.
Yeah. You just have the cantrip, so it would be your spellcasting stuff. But 17 hits anyway, so.
Where's this? Tree. $18.
18. You blast him with the firebolt, and the remainder of his ice armor melts. And you can see just a tiny bit of a scorch mark from what actually impacted him.
And then I'll heal Neri again.
Okay.
For this much. My
For
god.
this much. Good.
For
Alright,
4.
Netadian, it is your turn.
Wait.
What? You're not doing anything else. Are you
I was
running
gonna
around the
talk to him.
cage? You want movement to run around the cage?
Alright, what if... I was gonna talk, but now I am gonna run around
No,
the cage.
Sorry. I'm
No.
stupid.
I'm running around the fucking cage. Here I am.
No, stop. Please
Dun,
do what
dun,
you're gonna
dun,
do. I
dun.
apologize.
Dun, dun, dun,
I'm a
dun,
big
dun.
stupid. Forgive me. Forgive me.
I was gonna tell Kestor, no. Why don't you say that? God, I can't.
I thought I hit the button.
You didn't. I was gonna tell Kestor, well, my friends are all still here. Ooh, can you say as much?
Damn.
I'm sorry, but how much did you heal, Neri?
4. A measly 4.
I mean, it's fine. It's something.
Perhaps committed you a bit, but don't think that this is over. My friends here may be gone, but I've got friends on the other side. Netadian, it's your turn.
Okay, I'm too close to him, actually, for the stuff I want to do. So let's get me into that corner, like that's behind me. Yeah. And I think I'm still too close, but I can't help with that because I'm in the cage. So, but I want a bonus action and hex him
Okay. Why would you be too close for that?
because it's 90 feet.
Well, that's up to 90 feet.
But yeah.
Not 90 feet exactly. So yeah, you can hex them.
So yeah, hex.
Is there a saving throw, or is it just a thing that happens?
No, it's he's cursed.
Yeah.
And if I manage to hit him, I deal an extra 1d6 necrotic damage to him, and for ability that he will have a disadvantage is going to be, I don't fucking know, really. Wisdom.
Wisdom. Alright, so disadvantage on wisdom. You are now concentrating on hex. And that is a bonus action to use, so you still have your action.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna throw Incendiary Edge at him, and if it hits, I'll use Flare.
Alright, so you know that would hit Elevorn and Durand. It's basically a fireball.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm currently resistant to fire, and I can make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. If that's what you're gonna do, that's what you're gonna do. So go ahead and roll a ranged weapon attack.
yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
A long spiel about how my friends are still alive, and then one of my friends tries to hit me with a fireball.
I mean, it wouldn't be a combat without Netadian friendly firing somebody.
Hey, I've only done it once, and it was an NPC. 26, does it hit? I think.
Yeah, 26 hits.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll the damage for the weapon attack first. And after that, I need Elevorn, Durand, and Kestor to make a dexterity saving throw. Kestor rolls a 10, so that is a fail on his part.
7
I
points
got-
of damage, but at normal.
Mine's 13.
13, that is a fail.
That's a
Tyrannosaurus.
6.
What?
6.
6?
Yeah, I'm a T
Fail as
Rex.
well.
I'm like
Yeah,
just a broadside
there's
of
a
a bird.
lot of you to hit, I suppose. So max damage all around.
I'm sorry, guys.
Hey,
Anyone
half
who's
damage
concentrating
here.
on a spell, please roll a Constitution saving throw.
Oh shit.
As Netadion rolls me a bunch of d6s, please.
Oh,
I failed.
this is mega int. Mega int. I'm fine. I got 24.
Alright, so the incendiary edge is thrown. It weaves its way somehow through the gap in the bars and impacts itself into Kestor's body, who flinches at it but doesn't seem too impacted by it until massive 20-foot fireball-like explosion engulfs him and those around him. As the smoke and flames settle, the wisps of the smoke trail back towards Nerdion, where the blade reforms in her hand, leaving how much damage?
36.
36 points of damage. Alright, so
Ugh.
Devon, you take 36. Elevorn, you would take 36 as a T-Rex, but that was enough just to knock you out of... Wait. What was your
Wait.
Constitution saving throw, Devon?
Mine was 24.
24? Okay, you're good. Needed to beat an 18. So Elevorn is elf. You don't take any damage from the blast as an elf, Elevorn.
Wait, I take half.
You take half on fails?
I take half on fire damage.
Oh, yeah. So that is 18 to you.
Big brained moves earlier on in the combat. I predicted
Take-
this somehow.
And for a brief moment after taking this blast, the scales on the shield, the red scales, begin to glow and pulsate with that essence of the fire energy.
Wait, actually. Hold on. We use your reaction to harness and redirect energy taken by the shield. Choose a target? Yo, wait, is he alive?
He's alive.
Alright, I'm a fucking Dragonic Rebuke.
Okay. So after being like, after seeing Netadion shoot this thing and she's like, what the fuck? Just not able to get it up in time, not quite expecting it, taking the brunt of it, but still having some of it absorbed into the energy of the draconic scales that make up the shield. You take that, kind of swing back and redirect whatever residual energy is from the fire blast and send it towards Kestor. Is that a ranged spell attack?
It is a ranged spell attack. DC 17 dexterity saving throw.
So it's okay. So it's a dex save.
Yeah.
Gee, 17. That's high.
Um,
So that's a
meanwhile, I'll just yell at Eleanor, I'm sorry!
All right. So that is indeed a fail. Let me see if I don't know the last time I looked at the Shield of Scales, and this is definitely the first time you're using this.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at it right now. I'm like, if I take the damage, does it have to be back at the person that did it? And it says, no, you choose a target. So I'm like, hell yes.
Okay, so it failed. Go ahead and so you're level 11, right, or 12?
12.
So go ahead and roll 4d10, and he will take 4d10 fire damage.
which is 24.
24. All of a sudden, he doesn't look good. And just less than 10 seconds ago being smug, all of a sudden hit with the blade, exploded in a fireball, kind of staggers, recovers, looks alright from it, but then looks over and you can see, even behind the bars of the force cage, a sneer from Durand as the energy from the scales ricochets part of that fireball blast back towards him and it impacts him again. Still alive, though. That's Netta Dion's turn. Era, it's your turn. Being close to the ladder back up, you hear something descending. Seems not too close, but definitely you can hear the sound of something coming down the ladder. But it's your turn. What are you doing?
Shit.
Oh, uh, yeah, let me fireball him. Level 4 fireball.
Okay. Seeing this, you can see he's in a bad way. Reaches out. No! And he's going to counterspell. You can see him panicking. Now, eyes almost completely black, but wide with... That's his last spell slot. Didn't want to use it for that, but...
Good job.
And you can see now. You still have movement, Era?
I'm gonna move closer to the ladder
Okay.
and then just look up.
You
Be like
look
something's
up,
coming.
you see... obviously, it's kind of tight to look up, so you can't see exactly who it is, because you're just seeing legs coming down. It looks like humanoid legs, and you're looking up someone's robe to their small clothes.
Human legs. That's good.
Is it?
Oh,
They seem pretty close. You actually look up after trying to cast a spell and then moving over. At this point, they've almost fully descended, and at this point, it is Kestor's turn. He's going to take a few staggering steps back as, Era, you move out of the way to let Bask into the chamber. Kestor, now, bloodied, wounded terribly, he takes out a dagger of his own. What? Looking in trembling finger towards Bask. What lets you decide? Who are you to decide what we should do with this found knowledge, this ability? Why should you be the only one? Bask. It's not what you think it is, Kestor. Stop all of this. There's time to stop this. Look at you. You've gone mad. Look at what you've turned this monastery into. Just stop. No. No. If you can handle it, if you can make a pact with these creatures, if you can come out the other side stronger, then you know me well enough to know I can. It's not. You know as well as I do, you cannot do that. These creatures, they are chaos. They are... You think clearly. You can see Kestor, just parts of his flesh begin to sort of rip and spurt blood. Even 2 slits above the eyes begin to burst as an additional parallel set of eyes begin to open above the 2 that are existing. He takes the knife. No. I know. Don't forget who it is that taught you, boy. I know everything that you do and more. I can take this. If you can make a pact with one of these creatures and control their power, certainly I can. And he digs the blade into his own arm and drags it as he sacrifices himself. And as the life begins to drain from him, and as you see the body begin to slump and slack and go a little bit limp, the last remaining bit of consciousness, Bask reaches out. It's not what you think. Lilimnix, my passenger. He shakes his head slightly. She is not from the abyss. And at that point, with the last remaining bit of consciousness that Kestor has, there's the legitimate look of shock and fear and instant regret as his body begins to jerk and twist and contort in odd angles. The head begins to slowly tilt as it elongates and fur begins to cover his skin. The head tilts until it's at a 90-degree angle and then continues as the human head seems to elongate into that of a goat head with two horns protruding from the top. The head itself continues on until it's completely upside down, where a large, almost crocodilian-like lower jaw protrudes outwards from it, the two horns of the goat making these large upper tusks of the mouth. You can see before as this, what remained of Kestor begins to scream out in pain, but is soon changed into this demonic guttural growl and almost laughter in abyssal, as around the shoulders and arms, feathers begin to sprout as crow wings emerge from the back. A scorpion-like tail bursts forth. The feathers turn into fur as the arms are replaced with bulging muscles and lion-like paws. The legs bursting from the robes until you can see these fur-covered, hooved goat-like legs, until now just speaking at you in abyssal words that you cannot fathom. And again, that pressing feeling of dread and gloom begins to weigh down on you as the vibration from this central pillar is just louder now than ever, reverberating in your ears to the point where you can't hear yourselves or the demon screeching at you. It bends down slightly. The temple itself begins to crumble as it leaps into the air, grasps onto the ceiling nearly 20 feet above, and just begins to burrow upwards towards the surface. And everybody up there. And that's where we'll pick up next week.
Oh boy.
Sorry we ran late, but combat will do that sometimes. Thank you guys for sticking it out. Why is everyone so quiet?
Because I have like no spell slots.
I have no words.
Man, that went so well, and then from like one turn to another, it just went to shit for me.
You guys started off that combat. It seemed like I was like, damn, did I make this too easy? At the beginning, it was-
Something inside me told me that can't be it. Even,
Yeah, well, the first part, yeah, like when we were with
well,
the
that, and then even after we came down here and everything. I wasn't expecting this
the
weird.
thing was
goat
always going to be like,
monster.
you guys almost killed him. I was like, shit, they're going to kill him outright. No, 3 hit points on Kestor from that crazy burst of random damage and Duran's reaction.
It's
He
fucking
went from
counterspell.
63 to 3.
So wait, if we had killed him, none of this would have even happened?
Yes.
He wouldn't have had the chance to kill himself, no.
Yeah.
I'm not married to my narratives. If you guys do enough to change it, they're getting changed. But no, 3 hit points.
Yeah.
That was a pretty good counterspell. Damn. Fuck him.
So he
I
had
mean, to be fair,
he had 4 leveled spell slots. So basically, the first fight on the temple, Elevon didn't let me do what I wanted to do because she just instantly got there. Initially, I was like, okay, he's gonna make a wall of fire to like block you guys out, and then he's gonna continue giving his sermon during combat. But Elevon changed that.
good job.
Good job, Elevon. But yeah, the thing was, it went from in the temple, in the actual around the chapel, he was cleric, still like sort of convicted and everything. But we came down here, started getting a little bit madder, so took on the more warlock-esque traits. We had 4 spell slots, but they were all 7th level spell slots. He used
So,
2 Armor of Agathis, the Force Cage, and then the counter spell. 7th
No
level Armor of
wonder it
Agathis.
sounded familiar, the whole ice things and stuff, because I've used that spell in Baldur's Gate 3, so
Yeah.
hey, can we double check? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but can we double check counterspell afterwards? I have a couple of questions.
Counterspell, I believe it automatically does it if you cast it at a higher level than the spell that you're countering. So since he's a warlock, all of his spells are 7th level slots.
Oh.
So he casts counterspell at 7th level.
Okay. Yeah, I can't do shit about that. Okay, cool.
So basically, if he countered it at 3rd level, like you fireballed, or a lower level, then he would 3rd level would automatically counter it. So any counter spell would counter a 3rd level fireball. The difference is if you try to counter a spell that's a higher level than what you're countering at, then you have to make the check, like you did with the spell magic. Which, by the way, Donald and Netadion, you're still in the Force Cage.
But because you guys had a level, because he's a level 7, it's not the same thing. He wouldn't have had to do a spell check, or you did?
He did not, because basically, okay, so how it works is if you try to counter or dispel a spell, right? If the counter spell or dispel magic is equal to or greater than the spell you're trying to counter or dispel, it automatically no checks works. If you try to counter or dispel a spell that is higher level than the counter or dispel, then you have to make the check to see if it works.
Okay. I think I get it. I got it.
Am I describing it well enough?
Because his counter spell is level 7, it was able to just make my fireball go away.
Yep.
Even at level 4. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you cast this spell, casting a slot of 4th or higher, the interrupted spell has no effect if its level is less than or equal to the level of the spell slot you used. So since he can only use 7th, he can only cast it at 7th level. So unless you cast an 8th level fireball, then it was getting countered.
Got you. Thank you.
But yeah, I kinda suspected that we were still in the cage because you didn't say anything about it getting, dispelled or whatever.
Yeah. I think it's just a time thing. I don't even think it's a concentration spell.
I don't know, but still, you didn't mention that
No, it is not a concentration spell. That thing is just there for an hour. Gotta find a way out of it.
Time to take
a short rest.
I think it's fair to
let's just
let you
take
guys
a
know
short rest in there.
that while whatever this demon is that Kestor brought over, very dangerous, very real chance, like always, of death, we will be doing whatever's happening now above the temple in the monastery. We will be doing that cinematically.
Okay.
With my level 1 and level 2 spell slots. Oh my god.
I'll
That's okay.
try to be descriptive. I'll try to add, like terrain or elemental base, like what's going on above ground with the people involved, with the structures, with the world itself, to give you guys creative options. But yeah, I do have a stat block for this demon. It is statted. It does have attacks. It has hit points. But we're going to do it cinematically. It's a bit strange, I know. But I feel like it could be an interesting climax, hopefully. Cause I feel like mapped combat, standard combat like this, when we're outside of the combat cam, I feel like you guys feel more free to use your imaginations and creativity rather than I'm gonna try some crazy stuff here. I feel like you're more bound by mechanics when we put stuff on a map. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know how you guys feel, but that's kind of like, I've seen you guys do some crazy, ridiculous stuff when we're just role playing. So that's the basis behind it. Anyways, are we still streaming? We can end that. Unless there's any reason not to.
I don't know whether I should go to bed.
Yeah. Sorry for the length as well.
No, it's fine. I just had a bit tiring day yesterday, so I'm more tired than normally.
Well, good night.
Good night, everyone.
And then see whoever wishes to join us Thursday when we talk about the character of Neri Dion.
Oops, sorry, I'm busy.
Oh, I busy that every day.
No, I'll be there. Yeah.
All right. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Alright. Everyone blooped. Ugh.